a feast. Metal wings slice the void apart. A funeral pyre, a rocket's heart. Does the air tear or does it yield? What's the cost of the battlefield? Volcasonic retro propulsion. Fire fights fire in the sky's combustion. The plasma storms and blackout seas. Gravity shakes, snap, whip. Red rivers, burning trails, echoes scream where silence fails. Ashes rain, the sky won't care, but we keep climbing unaware. EJ in his rocket chair, blasting curveballs through the air. Space tape, duct tape, pull the tight. Orbital mechanics all night. Wrench in hand, he'll fix a run. 1995, finished pride, rusted balls, car reborn. Screaming engines greet the moon. Orbit King, he's on the screen. Polka beats the punk machine. Welding dreams and cosmic streams. EJ's flying through the sea. Vacuum suits and space news chatter. Satellite, they climb the ladder. Black hole, lost gold, and solar flare. He's the captain of these cosmic affairs. Restoration streams at dawn, turning trash to treasure strong. A hubcap here, a piston there. He's the Twitch King with the space age flair. Jebediah, don't you cry. EJ's here to touch the sky. From Kerbin's orbit to deep space flight. He'll build it wrong, but he'll get it right. We'll get it right. Don't get away. I spin in circles, I scream to the void. I'm born in a oasis, my rage is employed. A storm in my chest, it burns and destroys. Dance with the chaos, spin till you fall. It burns and screeches the end of it all. Round and round until we crawl. This is the inferno, the polka brawl. Your lies are balloons, they pop in my face. I'll stop on the floor, leave no empty space. A carnival riot, no room for disgrace. Buttons clicking, hearts are ticking. This
Yo, what's going on? How's everybody doing? Welcome to part 41 of the crew cab charger, where we cut a wheel well to fit a wheel well that was designed for a two-door coronet, and we're putting it on our crew cab coronet. Crew cab charger, you know, it's good. It's good, it's good. So, Zombie, you asked right when the stream was loading up, do you have an estimate on the time you'll be finished with the car completely? Okay. Well, I had planned on finishing this thing by Artemis 2. That was my goal. Was my goal. At least getting, you know, kind of a base model for the car. Yeah, budgeting problems made that a little bit tough. Yeah, it's a little tough. You know, I'm not a sob story. I don't want to talk about it. My accountant screwed up my taxes, and yeah, I'm on the hook for a lot more than was previously indicated. And because of this, I probably shouldn't have even started this project. At least, like, cutting it out and like cutting the whole car apart, etc., etc. We probably should have stuck with small things, but the reason why I did is because I thought I had a lot more money on hand. I thought I had a lot more cash on hand than I did, and yeah, and then most of that money that I was going to use to fix the car ended up going towards cars and a lift for the shop. It ended up going towards taxes, which I don't want to make this about like paying taxes or anything. You know, I should have probably been more diligent with my accountant to make sure that stuff wasn't getting screwed up. Honestly, that accounting firm does pretty good work, except for that one guy, but he got fired. So, with all that being said, I wanted to get it done by Artemis 2. That's not happening unless we worked on the car every day for 8 hours, and then did like space news after that. I'd be prepared to do that, dudes. But I don't think that's what people want. I don't think that's what you guys want to see. I think people want Kerbal, rocket launches, and other games for a change, which is fine. Ain't no problem with that. So we'll just, if, you know, that's the case, I'll just get up here a little bit earlier in the morning and plug away at it. Like what we're going to do now. Covering Jared's Senate confirmation vote. If it's streamed, DH, I'm in. Yeah. And speaking of that, we've already had a rocket launch today. There's already been one. Starlink 6-99 launched this morning, a couple hours ago. 1094 on its sixth flight. Everything went fine. And then we have, at 10:30, so in about 20 minutes, we have Starlink 1513. That's launching out of Cape Canaveral. No, Vandenberg. Slick 4 at Vandenberg. 1063 on its 30th flight. We will peep that when we're out in the garage. So that's fair enough. I wasn't chasing anything, just curious how long it would take. Yeah, no, I know. And in order to kind of think about it, I had to kind of give you I like to give the whole story just in case anybody's wondering. And it's also important to keep the timelines in my head. So honestly, now at this point, probably summer 2026. Summer 2026 for the shell to be finished. Meaning, right now at this point, if we just pick at it, bits and pieces, work on it a little bit every day, some of it on stream, some of it off stream, we should be able to get the shell perfectly good and straight and ready to work on to do like the engine swap and everything else probably by the summer. Yeah, just in time to play summer car. Yeah baby, then it would be a summer car. Yep. Chubby EMU and Styropyro put out a video that says don't use brake cleaner to clean metal before welding. Apparently it makes phosphine gas. Oh yes, it absolutely does. Yes. That's if you use chlorinated brake cleaner. I use non-chlorinated. Yeah, it's the chlorine that makes the phosphine, if I'm remembering right. Use non-chlorinated stuff, or just use acetone and wait for the acetone to dry. Or you could do it right and use a tack cloth. You could use any one of those things. Oh, I got a piece of lint. Hey Dan, what's going on? But both kinds can make welds brittle. Yeah, you don't want any impurities in that weld. Like, it has to be super clean. Denatured alcohol will work. Yep. My winter car is this month. Yep. Does that include the interior rust? That's a shell, a good shell. I need a good shell by the summertime. Needs to be finishing down here for the next turkey rod. That, I think, is doable, goalie. Yeah, that, I think, is doable. Now, once again, guys, I would have no problems just going ham on it, getting in here at 9 a.m. every day, working on it 9 to 5, and then doing a space news, and then buggering off. If we did that, I don't think we could get it done by Artemis 2, but we could definitely get a lot of work done. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You guys in the YouTube video, or you guys tell me now in the Twitch comments. You guys tell me what you would like. I'll do either one. I don't really care. I enjoy playing KSP. I want to play more Kerbal, but I also want to work on this project too. I do not want to leave stuff unfinished. I have a very bad habit of doing that, and I'm not going to allow it, especially with cars. If you're an older viewer of the stream, you know what I mean. EJ, I saw that Goon Squad put a Hemi in a minivan, so I'm on my way to your place with my wife's van. Okay. I think your goal now is to have it done at least running and driving before the first goal is scored in the World Cup. Yeah. Fix your car, mate. Yeah. Yep. I think the metered approach is better. Cool. The variety is better. You want to road trip it during the winter. That was kind of the original plan, but that's probably not happening now. You get her done before Artemis 2 flies, and down here I'll take her out to the pad to get pictures of the rocket in the background with the car. That is very tempting, but I don't think that's in the cards. The metered approach is probably how I'm going to have to do it, just because, yeah, that's what happens when you have over 10 G's built up in your savings to work on this car, and then like 99% of that gets wiped out for taxes because your accountant's an idiot. Yeah. Oops. The vote should be today's, Isaac. Yeah, for Isaac, man. Yep. I like KSP, but I don't have a clue how to get started on the early stage of getting science. Just make the lizard. Just drive around KSC and get science from all the different... Each Kerbal facility is a biome, dude. You can just go in there and rake science in. Yeah, so you guys want variety, and I'll be honest, I was just thinking about it. I can't do it all at once. I don't have any cash to do that. No, I'm not asking for money. I don't want any more money being given for the crew cab. Please don't do that. Yeah, we'll have the cash. It's just, yeah, we'll just keep getting at it, bits and pieces every day. That's the right way to do it. You know, Tessa, we could do something like that. I wouldn't mind doing that. That's just a lot of work. Wedding photos of the truck. Yeah. My 2 cents without the sarcasm. You have limited workspace and other vehicles to work on for other people. The sooner it can easily move in and out of the garage, the better. My main milestone goal right now, is to get the shell 100% good to go. No rust on the car. And probably what's going to happen, dudes, is that's milestone. That's what I'm trying to get done by the summer. Yeah. Just build a stock 69 Coronet sedan. That's it. Get it back to 100% stock-ish. within reason. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be 100% stock because of the quarter panels and the rear wheel wells, but whatever. How can I help? Oh, Bio, how can you help? Just watch. Honestly, watch, liking, and subscribing. Yeah, would be good. And what I'll do is I'll just do like everybody else that has to, everyone else that's working on a project car, you save money. Try to save as much as you can. And that's what I'm doing. Saving as much as I possibly can. Within reason, you know, I got to make sure Brimo and Titan and the house is okay. But just pocket whatever I can. And, you know, when the time comes for the new parts, the time comes for the new parts. In the meantime, I'll build what I can out of metal because buying sheet metal is cheaper than buying the stamped parts. So if it's a part I think I can make, I'll do it. And then Tesla, you're absolutely right. I am going to have the bottom of that car like corrosion resistant. Like you could dip this thing in a vat of acid and it'll be fine. Like I want that thing caked in undercoating. I want it to last another 50 years. Hey, Rob, what's going on? Matt! 4-month resub for Flight Controller on the YouTube side of things. And then Snarfer gifted 10 subs. Hey, Mats, how you doing, dude? Snarfer, what's up, man? Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Appreciate you guys over there. The YouTube stream is growing, dude. I was looking at the analytics this morning. YouTube stream's growing. Now, whether that's just Twitch viewers that have migrated from Twitch to YouTube, that remains to be seen. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on, but it's okay. It's okay. The cut on YouTube is the same as Twitch, but the YouTube ad revenue is way better than Twitch. Like way better. Rob, how you doing, man? Not a lot. Getting the orders out. Oh, dude, it must get hectic right now. I got you, Rob. I got you. So parkerize the entire car. Yeah, dude, we are gonna undercoat the snot out of that thing. I don't care how many duplicolor freaking Rust-Oleum undercoat cans it takes. I will cake that thing. I don't care. This is not the type of car where I want people to look under and be like, wow, that's immaculate. That's exactly how it came from the factory. I want people to look under the car and actually see car and not holes. You know? Especially after all this work we're doing, man. You can buy better metal than what is used on the new parts plus more content. Yeah, exactly, dude. Mm-hmm. Shazbert, what's going on? Too bad for the next person that we'll work under there. Yeah, that's not my problem. I mean, it is. It kind of is if I plan to hold on to this car for a little bit, but it's all right. Saying it again because it looks like you missed it, which is fine. Is there a tool part that you need that I can help you get? I want to chip in. I don't know. How about we get out to the shop and figure it out? Bedline or the whole underside. That's the idea. Yeah. Tools? Rob's like, huh? A nibbler would probably be good. Sorry, there was some crap in my keyboard. A nibbler would probably be right. So what's a nibbler? A nibbler is a way to do kind of precise cuts. In terms of parts, Bio, the list is... We're talking in the 4 figures here, man. There's not any part that I... What the hell? Like... All the parts that are left are very, very high line items. They're very, very expensive stuff. So I gotta save for a little bit. Yeah. Goss started it. Guys, please don't. Let's get out to the shop. Let's get out to the shop. Let's do it. All right, I'm gonna pop out there. Oh, the double alerter is still there. Whatever. All right, stand by for lost signal from here as expected. Let's get out there. You know what helps? Enabling the audio in the office for the garage. That's probably a good idea. All right, let me restart OBS out here. Give me 1 second. Oh yeah, I can see that that's better. All right, cool. But yeah, see, like, okay, it's actually pretty warm in here. Well, I'll just leave the heater on. The leg burner's already going, guys, because I started it up before I came out, like right when I came out here. So you can see it leg burning over there. Yeah. Thunderstruck. It's a good song. All right. Is that the gas tank in the trash can? No, the trash can is it's not a trash can. It is a very specialized fuel apparatus yeah, it's on the trash can. Yeah. I was cleaning it. I did get new gas tank straps. I have new, so the gas tank strap, this holds the gas tank in. And I have the hardware to put it in. I did buy new hardware. This is just low line item stuff. The idea is to make just just pick off little bits and pieces. Like these were like $5 or something. This is just to hold this holds the strap, and you tighten the nut and it pulls the tank up against the car. The clapping, just turn your lights off and on. Clap on, clap off, the clapper. So yeah, I did do that. The reason why is I can put the gas tank in. We could put it in. I don't know, that's probably not gonna be the last time we take it out, but it would be nice to not have it on my trash can. But anyway, I appreciate all the support, guys. I really do. A nibbler would probably be a good call. A nibbler, it's just, I need something to be able to do precise cuts. Especially, I'll tell you why, especially with this, we're gonna need to be able to do, it has to be really precise. Like it has to be perfect. Perfect cuts. There's no getting around it. I need, the cutoff wheel is good, but I'm not surgical with that thing. My cuts are not great with the grinding wheel. A nibbler is probably, so a nibbler is something where you could do kind of it's like a bandsaw almost that you can move around with. That would probably be nice. If you were gonna do anything, that's what I need right now, but I appreciate you guys wanting to support this project. This is the furthest I've ever gone with modifying a car, by a long shot. This car is in pieces. I don't know if you guys can tell, there are parts missing. I know, it's very subtle. You know, I'm surgical with this thing, Jake. 5 minutes until the launch at Vandenberg. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's start off the car stream with a rocket launch, baby. But yeah, fellas, I would prefer it right now if I will have the funds to get the parts that I need. I'm saving every penny, which is what you do with a project car. I kind of prefer doing it for this way than being like, oh my gosh, we need money for quarter panels, guys. Oh my gosh, if you give me $1,000, I'll buy a new quarter. Nope, not doing that. I'm sorry. Call me too stubborn for that, because I wouldn't do that. I'm not doing that. A lot of money was already tipped to this stream with the expectation of fixing this car, okay? I'll do it. We'll do it. Anyway, Falcon. Whoop. There we go. It's launching from Vandenberg. I don't know if you guys could tell that that's Vandenberg. Yeah. Yeah, the see-through look is, yeah, it's kind of cool. It looks like an exploded view of the car, which is actually kind of neat, but we don't want to drive that car around like that. All right, hold on. Let me turn the leg burner off for a second so I can hear this. Stand by for engine shutdown. We have engine shutdown, purge. Purging complete. Engine cut off. So, the booster flying today is on its 30th flight. This is a 30th reuse.
Stage 1 lock float is complete.
Okay. Yeah, this is the 30th flight of that first stage. SpaceX is opting for the new stealth look. Oh no, you can see it. It's out there. Man, it's foggy. But it's, what is it out there? It's 7:30, 7:25 a.m. So this is Starlink 15-13. This is a Falcon 9, if you can see it out there. The booster flying is 1063. 1063 on its 30th freaking flight. It's going to do a downrange landing on, of course, I Still Love You. And what is this thing moving into space? Starlink satellites, 27. We got 27 Starlink satellites. The launch corridor is southeast. It's going to fly out over the Channel Islands. If you're in the LA Basin, you might be able to see it. Maybe. It really depends on the clouds down there. We don't talk about that, W. New concept, open wheel. Yep. So out at Vandenberg, the reason why it's so foggy is that out on the West Coast, they have something called the marine layer.
Stage 2 lock float is complete.
Basically, so I'm on the East Coast, so I have the ocean to the east. All right, when the ocean is east of you, the sun usually burns off all the condensation from the ocean. But we do get marine layer out here sometimes. But what happens is all the fog, all the condensation, well, it's not really, yeah, condensation from the Pacific Ocean creates these huge clouds of fog. And then when the sun comes up, it burns it all off. So, I mean, if you have a cloudy day, right, even when the sun comes up, it's going to take a second for the marine layer to burn off. So right there, that smoke is from the ground gas closeout. They're evacuating the launch infrastructure here, or ground servicing equipment of liquid oxygen.
And startup.
Because you don't want fuel inside of the launch pad when the rocket goes off. That can make the launch pad set on fire. Probably don't want that. Falcon 9 moved into startup at the T-1 minute mark here.
Launch director, go for launch.
Launch director reports go. Oh, Jim, it screwed with me a lot, dude. When we were
T-minus 30 seconds.
Brimo and I were driving up to Vandenberg one time in the truck, and my brain was like, "Oh, you're going south. No, you're going north because the ocean is west." It really messed me up.
15 seconds.
Really, Jeff. Central Valley's been fogged for 2 weeks straight. Crazy. 10 seconds. Pad deluge
10,
system is on.
9.
You should see these pipes
8,
right here. Power
7,
pad deluge should
6,
turn, or sound suppressor
5,
should turn on. There it
4,
is.
3,
Ignition.
2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff.
And somewhere
Go,
amidst
go,
that
go,
fog, we got a liftoff of the Starlink group. What is
Vehicles pitching downrange.
it? 1513. Let's see.
M1D chamber pressure is nominal.
So it got to 300 meters off the ground, and that's when it got out of the marine layer. So 1,000 foot marine layer. Okay. Vehicle's executing the roll program here. Next call should be for power and telemetry at T plus 45. How much is a
Falcon
decent
9 power
nibbler?
and telemetry
I have no
are
idea,
nominal.
Bio. I don't need anything crazy, dude. Start with something simple. Start with a cheap one.
Vehicle is supersonic.
Supersonic call. Next call should be for maximum dynamic pressure here. Max Q. That's peak aerodynamic load being exerted on the vehicle.
Max Q.
So what SpaceX does there is throttle back the 9 engines just a little bit to make sure the rocket doesn't compress on the way up. Now, as the rocket goes higher, your atmospheric pressure will go down. And as your atmospheric pressure goes down, there's less air to get in the way, so they'll throttle the engines back up. They should be doing that right. Well, watch the, you can't see the accelerometer. I'm in front of it. Here, let me, boop. See, watch the
back, chill.
G-force. You'll see when the engines throttle back up because the G-forces will start going back up. I think they're out of the throttle bucket already. You see the G-forces on the bottom right, 2.7, 2.8. Yeah, they've already throttled back up. It's a steady acceleration, which means, as the rocket burns more fuel, its mass goes down. If you have the same amount of thrust behind that, as your mass goes down, you're going to get a higher thrust to weight ratio, so you're going to see a steady acceleration, a steady increase in acceleration. 3.3. Engine should be throttling down now. You should see that start to go down. The accelerometer should 3.6. It should start going down as they approach main engine cutoff. See, 3.8. They throttled the engines back. Stand by for main engine cutoff. Oh, it went, yeah, okay. Engine shut down.
Nico.
Stage separation.
Stage separation confirmed.
MVAC startup.
Good upper stage ignition. Yep, there it is. Nozzle should light up now. There we go. Grid fins are going to deploy on the first stage, and the attitude control thrusters will simultaneously settle the propellants and turn the booster for the correct
Fairing
orientation for
separation
landing.
confirmed.
Fairing separation, and we should have the lights turn on the Starlinks. There they, you can't see them, the solar glare. Those fairings are the aerodynamic shell that covers the payload up at the top. They separate in two pieces. It's called a clamshell fairing because when it opens like a clamshell. It opens like that. Those fairing pieces will actually, they have thrusters on them, and the thrusters are for steering it. And they'll actually come back down and land. SpaceX will go fish those things out and they'll reuse them. Cohog fairings, yeah, baby. So this is multi-layer insulation. It's MLI hammer nails. Yeah, pretty much. That is to keep the turbine machinery cool, believe it or not. That's not designed to try and keep heat in. That's trying to keep heat out, because the fuel pumps on a rocket engine, despite it being very, very hot right here, and Hammer, I know you know this is for everybody else. The fuel pump is inside of that. It's inside of that insulation. The fuel pump needs to stay cool. If your turbine impeller, if your turbopump impellers start to get warm, you can boil the propellants inside of the fuel pump. That's bad for it. Cavitation in your fuel pump usually causes a rocket engine to not rocket engine right anymore. So that insulation right there is to make sure that the turbine machinery stays cool. The sun can heat stuff up really, really fast up there because there's nothing to get in the way of the sunlight. Hey, Ewok, what's going on? So also that engine glow is totally normal. That's how the second stage nozzle dumps heat. It dumps heat through light. There's not a lot of things to get, there's not a lot of avenues to get heat away from a spacecraft. You can't convect anything, and there is some conduction, right? But you can only conduct what you're touching, right? Conduction heat transfer is like when you touch something. So a heat sink on a computer, like on a processor, is using conduction to pull heat away from the processor. That's what thermal paste is for, to make sure the processor can shed the heat into the heat sink, right? That engine doesn't do stuff like that. That it doesn't conduct and it doesn't convect because convection is using the air around you. There's no air up there. So what's left? You have radiation. What's up in space? There's nothing. I mean, there is stuff, but there's no air up there. What is there? There's light. Light will do it. So that nozzle actually glows, and that's how it cools itself. That's how the nozzle doesn't melt. It's radiating heat through what's called black body radiation, or light. It's using light to shed the heat, which is crazy. It's really, really cool. Now, the front of the nozzle is nice and cool. Why? Why is that not glowing? Well, the turbine machinery that I was telling you about, remember how I said it needed to stay cool?
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Its exhaust, it uses, oh, there's the supersonic retro propulsion, my favorite part.
Stage 1 FTS is safe.
The exhaust from the second stage fuel pump is actually dumped into the nozzle to actually also get rid of heat. That's why the front of the nozzle seems cooler than the back. That part over there, that's supersonic retro propulsion, it's the best part. Falcon 9's using its engines to actually shield itself from the oncoming reentry.
Stage 1
heat.
entry burn shutdown.
Yeah, oh, there's some ice that got stuck on the camera there. Is the stage 2 engine different than the stage 1 engine? Yeah, it's different. It uses a very similar fuel delivery system, so that the turbine machinery is the same, Buxo, and the combustion chamber is pretty similar, but that's where it ends. This thing is a closed cycle, so it's using its gas generator exhaust for cooling, and it's got a much bigger nozzle. The reason why you need a bigger nozzle up in space is because there's no air to make the gases flow in one direction. Up in space, you like when you're down here, when the engines are down here, you have the atmosphere to make the exhaust coming out of the rocket engines kind of a column shape. Up there,
Stage 1 transonic.
if you didn't have a bigger nozzle, it'd be like putting your thumb over the end of a hose. Everything just shoots off in every direction. That's why upper stage engines or vacuum optimized engines need a bigger nozzle. Yeah, but simultaneously, the crazy thing is that because the gases want to stay in a column shape down here, if you tried to fire that engine, the vacuum engine, down here, the gases would come out of the nozzle in a column instead of a cone, and the nozzle would explode. It wouldn't be able to cool itself. Fun fact, it's called flow separation. Flow separation due to over expansion. Yeah, that's why vacuum engines don't work down here very well. All right, here we go, landing burn. There's the drone ship.
Stage 1 landing.
She's coming in hot. Landing leg deploy. And we have a nice touchdown, basically dead center on the drone ship. That's, of course, I Still Love You. 1063, 30 flights from that booster. 30 flights.
MVAC shutdown.
That's right, home planet. Space is not warm, it's not cold, it's nothing. That's a huge misnomer.
Nominal orbit insertion.
There's the call for nominal orbit insertion, 27,766 at 138. That's perfect for a launch out of Vandenberg. Those numbers are perfect. It came down a little bit rough, goalie, but it's, yeah, I think they, yeah, it really, that was, it really did a suicide burn, didn't it? Hot and cold are just measures of how much you be jiggling. That's right. Yeah, hammer nails, that's probably what I'll end up doing. That's probably what I will end up doing for now. Just get a Harbor Freight one for now. Guys, with tools, I treat tools for working on the car like I treat a streaming setup, all right? If you want to get into streaming, right? You want to get into doing live streams and content creation, et cetera, right? You don't go out and buy the best computer setup for your stream. Minimum viable. Just get something that works and then upgrade it as you see fit. You'll save a lot of money that way. That's what I do with tools. I'm not going to go out and buy a CNC machine right now. I mean, I kind of want to, but I don't have any money. So I buy tools kind of on an on-need basis, and I start with the cheap stuff and work my way up from there. That was 1063 article that flew that. Hey, Riv, what's going on? PayPal won't let me tip without making an account. Oh. Bio, I don't know how else we should do that. I'll get back to you, dude. I just appreciate your company, man. And I honestly mean that. I really do. I had fun flying with you guys last night. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just enjoy the content. We'll go from there. We'll figure out something, all right? I don't mind Harbor Freight, to be honest, Todd. Harbor Freight tools are okay. They are what they are. Like, I have a Harbor Freight drill that we've been using this whole time. It works just fine. I mean, you got to kind of take care of it a little bit, you know, but I've dropped it, beaten the snot out of it. It's fine. It works just fine. I'm strapping a bunch of cash to the stroopwafels I am sending you. Does EJ have a buy me a coffee? No, I don't. I should probably do that. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Harbor Freight stuff. It's okay. My big thing with Harbor Freight stuff is that I wish it was made here. You know, I'm not trying to be that guy, but ain't no way you're gonna convince me that it is cheaper to build something on the other side of the world and then send it here. Look, the tool might be low cost, but the energy is getting used somewhere. All right? Personally, if I'm gonna be a little bit of a hippie here, I think that's extraordinarily bad for the planet because of all the extra energy that you have to pay to get that tool to your front doorstep. Just saying. Just putting it out there. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, think about it. Container ships are pretty good. They're pretty damn efficient for what they do, but how much energy are we freaking wasting building that thing on the other side of the world and then bringing it here? That makes no sense. There's no way that that's less expensive. You know what I mean? I mean, I get the circumstances, fellas. I'm not ignorant to what's going on, but yeah, I mean, you want to talk about stuff that's bad for the planet. Container ships are bad for the planet, just saying. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but anyway, let's get going. I have the camera set up. Let me show you guys what we're into here. So, there is my new wheelhouse. This right here, this black piece is called the wheelhouse. This is, you have two types of wheelhouse. You have the inner and the outer wheelhouse for these old Chryslers. And this is the outer wheelhouse. The inner wheelhouse I probably could replace too. I probably should replace it, but I'll repair that one instead. That thing is too intertwined with the car. Here, let me show you guys the inner wheelhouse here. Now, where we last left off, I was working on fitment with this thing, trying to get it to fit correctly. And there's some tricks that you can do to get this to work right. I did some research. The other thing is that we were talking about this right here. Because this wheelhouse, oh baby. Let me undo the extension before I drop it and bend the thing. Yeah. So we'll take this off and I'll show you how this all kind of goes together. What I was doing is, this is a two-door. This is an extension for a two-door car, and we have obviously a four-door car because there's a door right there. So I figured out where I needed to clearance this thing to give us the space to actually put this wheelhouse back together. So if you look, I took an angle grinder to my perfectly new wheelhouse and clearance the hole in it. That hole clearances the door jamb. Now it does make a little bit of a weird shape going down here, but honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Well, part of the reason why I need a nibbler is because when we go to replace this quarter panel, right, there's going to be a thin strip of metal here to connect the back of the quarter panel to this part, because I'm going to need to use a 2-door quarter panel and then section it. But I didn't want to mess with the door jamb if I didn't have to, and it looks like we don't have to, which is good. That's a good thing. So this thing is close to fitting, but we still need to trim down. We still need to trim down a bit on the front. You can see I already trimmed a little bit. We got to trim down a little bit more here to get this thing to be dead center. There's also some tricks that we can do to make sure this is aligned. Now, if you guys look, there's guide holes. These holes would have been there from, those holes are there from the factory. There's guide holes, and you can use those to line stuff up. I have those guide holes, but the thing is, the four-door wheelhouse that was here is a little bit of a different architecture than the 2-door. And the guide hole, like the top guide hole, for instance, it is there. It's there, but I have to drill. I have to drill a hole through this bracket to get it to work. And then the front guide hole, there's a door jamb in the way, so we might have to drill a hole through the door jamb and then plug it up later to get this thing aligned. So the other thing is that for the wheelhouse, this is the piece that I cut out of it. What I'm going to do when the time is right, I'm going to take this piece, I'm going to flip it over and turn it around, and we will invert it and then weld it back into position. See that? You just flip it over. It makes a recessed piece. See? But see, this is why I need the nibbler would have made this a lot nicer. But yeah, that's going to end up looking like that. Welding that in is not going to be fun. But yeah, we're gonna have to do that to the other side too. But yeah, here we go. That's right, it goes in the square hole. What's up, Kens? So I'm gonna get the wheelhouse out of the way here for a second. And let me bring you guys in here. So, like I said, the wheelhouse from Chrysler is made in 2 parts. You have your inner and outer wheelhouse. My inner wheelhouse, I didn't want to go replacing it. It's tied into the rest of the car in so many different spots, and it's tied into the door. I'm just going to repair this. It does have some spots that need to be repaired, particularly like over here. Right here, it's rotted out. That's tin worm. So we'll repair it, and then I got to re-weld it to the trunk. This is the trunk pan right here that we welded in. This thing needs to be butt up against it, and it needs to be welded back. The other big problem area is over there. The front of the wheelhouse right here needs to be repaired. It should go all the way down, but it clearly doesn't. And yeah, from there you could see quite actually one of the worst spots on the entire car. Yeah, that part suffered pretty badly. I'm not sure what the hell happened there, but it's, like I said, Titanicked. The frame rail looks good. I repaired the frame rails, and then I painted them too. I put chassis paint, roll bar and chassis paint on it. Yeah, I did miss a little bit. It's running pretty bad, but whatever. We're gonna undercoat it anyway. But yeah, I cleaned up the frame rail and repaired it and welded up all the crappy spots. So it should be good. Both frame rails are immaculate. Well, not immaculate. I repaired them. They're strong from here back. But from there forward, where all this undercoating is, they're still fine. Somebody, when they bought this car, paid for the dealership to undercoat the snot out of this. All this scaly bit here, that's not, all this scaly bit right here, that's a dealership that did that. And whoever did it saved what was left of this car. In fact, it's really funny because you can absolutely see where they didn't undercoat as opposed to where they did. It's kind of crazy, like they missed a spot. Wool wax undercoat, Knucklehead? Yeah. I mean, you guys up north would know. I want to protect this thing, dude. I want it to last another 57 years. It's 57, right? It's 1969? Yeah. You're a Milwaukee guy, outdoorsman? Yeah, yeah. Ryobi makes a good power tool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You just got your F-150 wool wax undercoated. Nice. Wait, Geek, you got rid of the Tundra? When did that happen? You know what? I feel like you told me that a little while back, but... April? Yeah. Ugh. What happened to this damn year, dude? Hey, Bios, what's that, Tessa? Micropros and Jeff Crammond reunite to revive a rib. Whoa, that's GP2. Dude, that's the game that got me into Formula One. Cool. Yeah, GP2 is, Grand Prix 2 is what got me into F1. I remember my dad bought it for me. Those are good games, man. They were really fun, even by today's standards, dude. Live on a North Pacific island. We wool wax everything. Pull plugs and spray inside. 2015 GMC Sierra is in perfect condition still. The rim's not so much. Yeah. Up there, Knucklehead. It ain't nice to cars up there. I mean, don't get me wrong. It ain't nice to cars here. I'm still very much in the Rust Belt, but not as bad as up there. All right. So, what do we want to do? There's a bunch of stuff we can get done today. We could repair the wheelhouse, or we could trim the wheel well to fit. Oh man, this thing hasn't been connected at all. Oh boy. I think trimming the outer wheelhouse is probably what we should get done, dudes. We should trim the wheelhouse to make sure that it fits and find the pilot holes up here. See, there's a pilot hole right there. We should find the pilot holes on all sides and drill through them because there's a plate there instead. I don't know how they aligned this on the factory floor, but they did it. And then I got to cut recesses in the C-pillar right here. The C-pillar is up there. We got to cut the recessed pieces in the C-pillar so I can slide the panel up in there. Now, how these things were originally welded on is there was some kind of tool, a roller tool that's spot welded all the way around on the line. And that's how the wheelhouses were sandwiched together on this flange. The original, part of the original wheelhouse is still there. The original outer wheelhouse, it's still there, but I trimmed it here. There's no problem with sandwiching against the old wheelhouse flange and using that to beef it up. This is all, the wheelhouse looks to be 24 gauge steel, so I'm not too incredibly worried about that. Sandwiching up against it is not going to throw off the outer looks of the car. You're moving it by maybe a millimeter. Just looking at that over there is giving you tetanus? Yeah. Yeah. I'm in for 2 streams. When you undercoat your first Boston Bruins stream in my wheelhouse. Get it? Pun token? Oh, don't do that to me. But as you can see, because this undercoating, most of the inner wheelhouse is intact. It's just the spots that they missed. All right. The other thing is I'm gonna turn on the leg burner again, dudes. I'm gonna turn this thing back on. I only turned it off so we could hear the stream. All right. Stand by for engine start. We are go for engine start. Igniter's on. Gas flow. Got a good ignition. Leg burner is on. Someone say puns? Oh gosh. All right. So, what I want to do is see if we can drill the guide holes for the wheelhouse. Once again, we can get a guide hole to make sure that that's perfect, and we can put a dowel through here to line it up to make sure that everything is aligned. Problem is that the front one we're going to need to get a little creative with, because the door jam's right here on the car. The original factory one is there, but it looks like we might have to drill a hole through the jam, which is not a big deal. I don't mind drilling a hole. We got a welder. We can just patch it back up. I'm not too concerned about that, so. We'll go from there. The other thing, like I said, is that we have to trim this down. This edge, we got to trim down to make sure that it fits right. And then what we'll do is drill holes through the back of the original wheelhouse flange and then plug weld it on the back to this. All right, so let me get my drill and, oh, I'm gonna take take the wedding ring off too. I put it in the SCE to aux box. I just don't like doing anything with it on in case it slips off or we're welding or whatever. It's in the aux box. We good. Okay, let me find a drill bit that's going to fit in that hole. That's right, it goes in the square hole. I have two bigger drill bits over here. Let me check it on the factory. Are these the same size? That's 1/2 inch. .31/64. Okay. Basically 1/2 inch. All right, cool. Let me get my drill. That's right, it goes in the square hole. So what I'm going to do is make sure that the dowel holes for the dowel holes on the factory wheel well, the factory inner wheelhouse are open. And then what I can do is I can use that to align the wheelhouse on it. I can use that to clock the wheelhouse correctly. Because, you know,
I
we can
drew
put it
Mark
here, but it
Hamill
might
on
be
my wife's
forward, it
forehead
might
while
be
she was
back.
asleep.
I would need to
You
get
should
them
have seen the
straight up
look on
against
her
each other,
face.
right? And I'm going to use, if you have a pilot hole here, a pilot hole here, and a pilot hole there, you can use it to line it up. 10 millimeter will work. Nah, 12.7. 12.7 millimeter. Now the real challenge here is that The inner wheelhouse, let me flip to the other camera. The inner wheelhouse has the holes. There's one here.
I drew Mark Hamill on my wife's forehead while she was asleep. You should have seen the look on her face.
It was $1. It was $1. Okay. Okay. Ooh, that 1/2 inch is not fitting. All right, let me get my drill index out. We got to see what fits through that, because that is the size of the hole. Interesting that it's... Are we sure that doesn't fit? Oh, it does. There was just a burr, probably some rust stuck in there. All right, so that one's nice and clear. There's one up there that we have to get at too. Problem is that it's there, it's just on the back part of this piece that holds the sedan roof up. I can feel it back there, but I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna get a drill bit in there and the drill. Might have to go in the trunk. And then the third one, the third one's right there. See, that might not be too hard to get at, but what I'm thinking is drill a hole through here temporarily to line it up. And then we could just fill the hole in and then grind it flat. There's also a lot of scale and pitting down here. I should probably get back in here with the flap disc and get rid of all that so we get a nice clean fit. But you can see this is roached real bad. Like this is, dude, it's not even metal anymore. It has the consistency of aluminum foil. The Coors can is still there. Yeah, I have no idea how we're gonna do that one on the back. I might, like I said, I'm gonna have to drill through here. Looks ready to drive. Yeah. No. All right. I'm gonna drill through that one, but I'm gonna do it from the other side. So I gotta come at it this way because the whole piece is there. It's right there. I gotta make sure that this is precise when we do this because it's kind of critical to lining the wheelhouse up. I gotta go in the car to do it though. So wish me luck. Okay, I can see it. I can see the hole. It's not the square hole. It's not the square hole. Don't worry about that. right, here we go. Come on. How thick is this damn metal? There it goes. Nope. There it goes. Did I get it? Did I make it? Hey, all right. That will help me locate this a lot better. It's a little bit of a, there's a little bit of a burr there, but man, there's a reason why I didn't bring the camera in the car with me there, because that was not a comfortable position to be in, trying to drill that. I'm just gonna deburr it, make sure there's nothing in the way. Perfect. There she goes. So we have that, and now we gotta figure out a way to get at that thing. See the last hole in there? I gotta find a drill bit that's a little bit smaller to see if we can align. So I'm gonna get my drill index back out and go from there. Booster 18 and the coronet kind of look the same right now. Yeah, but I didn't have a COPV pop in mind. Okay, so what I'm thinking with this, dudes, is here, I'm gonna try to give you guys a 3/4 view so you can see it. What I'm thinking is drill a hole through the door jamb. We can always repair it. I can always plug it up, put the brass hammer behind it and send it and just grind it down to make it look right. I mean, there's Bondo and crap here anyway, so I'm gonna have to grind this down anyway. You can see it right there. I'm gonna use that big drill bit to punch a nice hole through this. And then we'll use the smaller drill bit to drill the hole through the metal. Okay, that part isn't Bondo, it's actually metal. Hey, that's pretty aligned. Not bad. All right, so now, where's my deburr? $10mm, dag nabbit. Stop it. What do you think? I'm trying to lose those things? So you can see if you guys look, hang on, let me contort the tripod so you can see it. See, we can get at that now. Got to drill through that hole. So I need a drill bit that's going to make it through. 10 millimeter. Okay. That looks good. This is a 23/64. Yowza. 5/16 might do it. 5/16 is too small. 11/32, but my 11/32 bit is broken. So 23/64 is how it's going to get done. It's not, that is not a square hole, you're right. Okay. Smoking. Got it. Excellent. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Now that we got the guide holes, we can go for better alignment here. I got the Orbit King song stuck in my head. EJ in his chair, in his rocket chair, busting curveballs through the air. Pull it tight, orbital mechanics all night. You know, I suppose it's better than having another song stuck in your head and then somebody claiming my entire stream because of 30 seconds of thing. Yeah, not a problem as long as you got a long enough bit, that's right. Wrench in hand, he'll fix a ride, 1995. That's actually a really good song, dude. All right, so let's just clean up as we go. I'm just gonna move the drill out of the way. Now let's get the wheelhouse and see how far we are off. Or I could just drop it. You know, that works too. We are way off. Okay, let's take a look. Yep. No. Uh-huh. I'm gonna need a light for that. Where's my climb light? It's not on its charger, so that's good. Huh. Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay. Let's see how far we are off in here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh. See that? There's the red marker, but the hole is over there. See, like that's lined up with the hole from where we drilled. And then that's down. Oh, yeah, okay. We got some trimming to do, dudes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Hey, Lev, what's up, man? 75-month resub. Is it on its coronet? Yeah, it might be. Actually, it wasn't connected to anything. I just had it on my toolbox. Okay, so we're gonna need to see where this thing is hitting. If I'm looking at this right, where are we fouling? Nope, nothing over there. Nothing over there. All right, let's just try to reposition. So, let's see if I have a metal dowel or something. I might just use the dang old drill bits, but you know, a bolt or something would probably help us pilot some of these holes. Luckily, I have my bolt bin out. Let's see. Yeah, that'll work. All right, let me undo the clamp. There's one. Do I have another one of those? I do. Good old bolt bin. Right there. See right here? Part of the metal flange, because the wheelhouses are different, is fouling, so we're gonna have to bend that up. I actually got this one to line up. We can get the front of it to line. Let me get a... No, it's got to go up. We got to go up with the quarter a little bit more. So we're gonna need to take this off. We're gonna need to take it off. And we're gonna need to bend those edges up just a little bit. What does the inside seam look like? It looks good. Looks good. So we got to just bang that up a little bit. Let me get my metal bender 2000 here. It's totally not an adjustable wrench, I swear. Okay. I'm gonna need to get a hammer and dolly and flatten this all out, because it was being stubborn when it tried to come out, when we were trying to get it to come out. Yeah, see, it's Metal Bender 2000. All right, let's. Where are we fouling? No, it's got to go up a little bit somehow, but it's not letting us go up. We're stuck on something, and I don't know what we're stuck on. I can't see it. Maybe it's the clamp that was in there. Okay. Okay, I see where it's not clearing. It's over here. Look. So I cut a slit in the C-pillar. Let me back you out. There's a slit in the C-pillar right there that I hit with the cutoff wheel. It's right here. And I thought it would be enough clearance, but it's not. That's where we're fouling. It won't go up anymore. Let me shine the light in there. I just had the light in my hand. Oh boy, it's gonna be that kind of day. All right, I'm getting hot. Okay, we have Miko. Stage separation confirmed. Yeah, the slit is not. See right? There, you should be able to see it now. See that? I cut a little slit in the pillar right there with the cutoff wheel to be able to slide that all the way up, but that's about as far as I could go in there with the cutoff wheel, so I think we need to section the wheelhouse a little bit. Yeah, okay, cool. No problem. I'm putting this on the car. My light's right there, so you guys seen it. Okay. The thing is that the front's pretty damn aligned. That's pretty damn close. I think the front one doesn't want to. It really doesn't want to go into position because it's binding. So let me see if I. Like a smaller screw that's gonna fit through there. Yeah, man. Just gotta, if we just give it a little more room up on the top, this will fit in perfect. Yeah. Crazy thing is here, look. because the outer wheelhouse is here now, you can very clearly see what's supposed to be there. And what isn't. This is supposed to go the inner wheelhouse. We got to cut this out, and then we got to plate it. But we also got to plate it up against the freaking destroyed inner rocker right there. The inner rocker is bad for about 6 inches. I got to replace all this. This is all junk. But I need to have something here to put it up against so we can fix it. But as you can see, this is pretty damn aligned. That's pretty close, dude. Pretty close. Yeah, that's what it should look like on the right. And that's what it did look like on the left. You could see that, dude, even the wheelhouse that was here, there was nothing down there. The old wheelhouse, the one that was in here when we cut it out, was gone from about there down. There's just nothing there. I'm also wondering if we need to just move the lip around just a little bit. I'm wondering if we're having clearance problems right here. We can cut part of the tab and go from there. You can see that we don't have clearance. We have a little bit too much clearance to the flange. See that? There's, even where the bend is, you know, we're still not exactly right. We can fix that. That ain't no problem. It's gonna suck getting the welder in here to plug weld this, but it's okay. It's okay, we can do it. All right, so I'm gonna get my paint marker and I'm gonna mark in there. I don't wanna section any more of the C-pillar, so we're gonna modify the wheelhouse. So I'm gonna take it out, we're gonna make a cut of the flange up there, just a little bit. It's not gonna be a lot. Let me get my paint pen and so I can get a good idea where this needs to end up. It's pretty close, Couchy, yeah. It's the same product lineup as the brake bleeder. Yeah, that's right. Hey, Bert. So I got a paint marker. I'm just gonna go in here. I'm just gonna mark the approximate area that needs to be cut. And I'm gonna say a 1/2 inch, just a 1/2 inch snip out of that thing should be good. All right. Well, let me get the screws out. And see, we have our mark. It's right there. Just gotta zip a little bit of this out. Probably, we don't have to be like superbly precise here. I'll just mark it in red where I need to cut. It's not a lot. Honestly, just something like that. Just a little sniblet. See right there? That's all. That's all we're gonna need, I think. Could radius it, and just to be absolutely sure. Because the holes are what matter. The clearance to the C-pillar out of the thing that I cut with the angle grinder is not that big of a deal. There's an animal crawling around on the roof. I can hear it. Crap. I hope he's not inside. That would really suck. But I keep hearing stuff move around. The shelves are moving around, or it's the roof. I don't know, but whatever. Probably a squirrel. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. Okay, let's take. Yeah, there's definitely a critter in here, I think. That's okay, it's wintertime, it happens. I'll kill him if he comes in. As long as you stay the hell out of my face, man, we are good. Probably a mouse, dude. Which is not great. Gotta put down traps. Not on stream. No, I'll shut the cameras off if he decides he wants to get backhanded by my shovel. Just do you. You got big balls to be doing this first time. Thanks, man. No, he's probably pissed that I pulled his nest out of the coronet. We pulled out a nasty mouse nest, a big one, out of this. It could be snow starting to slide down the roof. Oh, yeah, you're right. Hold on, let me just look outside real quick, see if there's snow that fell. Yep. All right, cool. Sliding off the metal roof. Sweet. At least we know. Do you still have the customer car with black mold? Yeah, all the mold's pretty dead because it froze. I had the car covered up, dude, and I dehumidified it and ozoned the hell out of it. The mold's still there, the residue is still there though. Yeah, I still have it though, but it's under a bunch of covers. It's in long-term storage. I don't have any place to work on it, dude. No, the garage came with the house, dude. It's new though. The garage was built in 2021. I moved into the house in 2022. So, yeah. It's all good. It's all good, man. I'll put down traps, dude. I'm not afraid of a freaking mouse. I just don't want them, like, getting into the computers and stuff. You know, just got to be careful. Just got to seal up the office, which is what I usually do anyway. So, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Okay. All right, let's get back to it. Section the wheelhouse, that's what we're doing. So let me switch you guys to the Vivitar so you can get Vivitard, nerd. So I just got to take the cutoff wheel. Just got to zip off a small piece here, and then we'll check for fit again. Here we go. The grinder, the cutoff disc. Excuse me. So fellas, the grinder's a little loud. Just, I'm gonna wear hearing protection, which I know where it is now. I know this camera sucks, sorry. American Self-Defense trench shotgun. A trench gun? Those are expensive, dude. I just prefer a good old Remington 870, man. Can't go wrong with that. All right. So I made a mark with the paint pen. I'm just gonna zip off a little bit of that and then go. Headphone users, this gets loud. This thing is super loud, so just turn it down a little bit. You know, that's hot. You probably shouldn't touch it, idiot. You might burn yourself. Really? Still hot, but I'm going to touch it anyway. I just don't want sharp metal on the floor in case Titan comes in here or something. All right. Hey, Flagon. You're just in time to see me burn my hand. I just want to deburr this a little bit more. I don't want to cut my hands on it. All right, there's a little bit of burr that's hanging towards the bottom of the wheelhouse. I'm just gonna have to quickly get the wheel and just zap that bit off. So headphone users again. There we go. All right, let's take it back over. All right, so this thing's, we're gonna put it back in there. I got a little bit of a section cut. It's nothing special, just, see, just a little guy. I respect you using proper PPE. Thanks, Samurai. Man, I already damaged my hearing listening to music and going to concerts. So, yeah, I'm really not, I don't need to damage it anymore. I'm good, you know. Hey, Petrie, car's looking great. By the way, I wasn't drunk the other night. I don't drink, I just had 2 teeth pull. I know, I saw what you said. You said it after I logged off, though. But I always look at the chat for a second before I leave, just in case I missed anything. Why'd you say yes, then? That's the other thing. Oh, actually, you know what, dudes? Now that I'm looking at it, see this flange right here? There's a burr all over that thing, too. I should probably grab that while we're here. This is a little bit of a longer edge, so I'm gonna secure this more. This thing doesn't need to be like super clamped down. It's just so it doesn't move in case the wheel catches. There we go. Just also got to make sure I don't bend any metal. All right, let's go back over the Vivitar. I'm just gonna clean up that, clean up the front edge. There was a tab right here that is used for the coupe. For the coupe. This tab goes like, here, I'll show you. I actually have the piece, see it? This goes like all through here. Now, the 4-door does have this, dudes, but it's the 4-door, it's the door jamb. This flange is used for the door jamb. And if I'm leaving the original wheelhouse there, I could just cut this off. That metal is already there. As long as I weld to what's left of the old outer wheelhouse, which we left the flange, as long as we plug weld to that, it'll be just as strong. So let me get my grinding mask. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing about PPE. My grandfather was not wearing PPE, and he got blind in one eye because he was doing something dumb. So I'm careful. Yeah, I try to be careful. With that being said, sometimes you forget, which you shouldn't. I mean, but you know. What I'm doing is just cleaning up the burr. When I originally cut this, some of the metal peeled back because it got too hot. So I just don't want any metal on the inside of this flange. If I do and we go to fit it, it's going to get clamped in between, and then you won't get a good seal. This wheelhouse has to be butted up against it. I mean, don't get me wrong, we're going to seam seal the hell out of it. We're going to seam seal the heck out of it, but if there's a gap there, right, and the seam seal doesn't fully cover it, you know, crap can get up in here in this flange, and I don't want that. Because remember, this is covering the wheel. It's going to get beat up with all the things that the wheel kicks up. I need this edge to be perfect, no burr. You know, it'll help us for fitment. It'll make it fit nicer. So, yeah. I just hit a couple things with a grinding wheel. Got that edge all cleaned up nice. Yeah, there you go, Flykin. I sent my family our bottle opener for Christmas, my aunts and uncles. What tool company do you know that makes a bottle opener that has the same handle as the stubby screwdriver? There you go. All right. Yeah, you don't want to breathe in metal dust. You don't want to breathe in any of the crap that's on this thing. Who knows? It was built in the 60s. Who the hell knows what they used to seal this thing up? You know, it's probably asbestos, which is why anytime we're grinding off the old liner or whatever, or any of the factory paint or whatever, I always wear the respirator. I don't trust it. You don't want, like, that's not even like, oh, you're being a little wimp. You don't want to breathe that. You do not want to breathe that. That's really bad for you. Like, that's not like some crazy conspiracy. Breathing in iron oxide is not good for you. And whatever the hell else is in here. Okay, so let's go back over here. Give you guys a little bit of a 3/4 view. Let's try this again. All right, so start over here like we did. We're getting good clearance. Here we go. Here we go. We're good. Yeah, this is, ow. You know what I'm gonna do, dudes? We'll use the top one first. Get the top one going. Shouldn't have to really do that. This shouldn't have threads, but. It did thread in there real nice though. And we would rather have a tight fit with that. Anyway. So as you can see, we're butted up against the C-pillar. That's great. Now it's just getting the rest of these holes aligned. Okay. The front one. Front one's aligned. Now let's check the rear. Oh yeah. Yeah, see, this thing was out of whack. Not by much, but Yeah, definitely out of whack. Oh wow, that just shows you how bent this thing actually was. Jeez. That does not want to pilot. Come on. Speaking of pilots, how was flight sim yesterday? That was fun. Huh? Did you guys enjoy that? It's a good time. All right. See, like I said, these are threading because this hole is just a smidge small, but I'd rather have a tight fit right there. Let me get a socket and a ratchet to try and thread that, see if I can get it to align. We're getting a little bit of binding. Cool. Cool. Not bad. Playing more right now? Sweet. Do you need to bend more of the flange? I'll check in a second, Couchy. We got to back up here for a sec. We got to just kind of see where we're at. I don't want to just force these all the way through, but... Okay. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, she's being a little stubborn. She's being a little stubborn. We'll get it though. I ain't worried. All right, so we're not exactly snug. We're not exactly snug up against this. I'll show you in a second. There are parts that are okay, and there are parts that are not okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there are parts that are okay, and there are parts that are not. I'm gonna need to clean up this more. There I mean, it is aligned, but we're not really clamped up against the we're not exactly clamped up against this. Oh, there we go. There was some clearance, something popped in right there. There's some clearance. Oh, okay. Let me throw some clamps on this thing, see if I can pinch that edge up. We're not gonna weld it in just yet, but I'm just curious to see what these things do. See if they bring that edge in. Yeah, they did. Okay. Let's put another one over here. The back's butted up perfect now. The two clamps in there really made a difference. Man, it's like a 1/4 inch gap up there. Here, I'll show you. Look. Oh, come on. Right when it's, yeah, there we go. All right. So see up in there, guys? Can you see the gap right here? That's no good. We got to sandwich that up. We got to make sure that they're squeezed up against each other. They have to be, that has to be real perfect. See, up there it gets real bad. That's not great. Now, there is supposed to be a little bit of a lip right here. See this lip? That's supposed to be there. That was there from the factory too. It's this gap where my finger is going in. Let me give the light, position the light a little bit better. See it up here? That's no good. That gap. Do you need to bend more of the flange? I'm not sure, Couchy. I gotta kind of look at it. Would you just look at it? I'm almost just wondering if, you know, let me get another clamp. I'll put another clamp up here. See where my fingers are? We can get another clamp in there. Maybe it might just need to be persuaded. All right, now let's look. Yeah, it's still terrible. I'm trying to see where it's hitting, what's causing it. It seems to be the plate from the C-pillar. Because how this was made from the factory was the wheelhouse was made first and then the C-pillar was attached. That clamp wasn't doing anything. There we go. Now it is. No, still didn't get it. Yeah, see, the other thing about having a gap there is that when we go to plug weld it, if there's a gap, it'll be harder to weld. We are, for the most part, aligned though. All right, hang on. Just got to get a cough drop. It's pretty good, guys. That's not bad. Yeah. It looks pretty damn straight. I'm looking at it on the playback in the office now. You're talking about insulation. Okay. All right, let me just go back in here. Yeah, that's definitely where that's going on. It's up against the C-pillar plate. And let me just, I'm gonna check up close to see if I can just see anything else in here. Nope. I think we would just need to clamp. Clamps, give him the clamps! Some self-tappers would probably pull this in. Actually, self-tappers would probably pull this all together. We just got to figure out strategically where we want them. But this is pretty damn straight. It's pretty lined up. Yeah, drilling the holes and getting that right was a good call. I learned that from a YouTube channel. There's all kinds of tips and tricks, dude, that you can learn. Yeah, self-tappers would probably get this thing tight. Tight. Very tight, like a tiger. Yes, I can tell from your tight pants that you're very tight. Very tight. You could do the self-tappers from the inside. Actually, it might be better to just put them through that way, at least in some spots. If I self-tapper this thing in, it'll butt the metal up, it'll crunch the metal together, and it'll bend it. It'll bend the flange to the angles that we need. But in terms, we're not going to burn this thing in. We're not going to burn it in until I have a quarter panel. We can self-tapper it though. I don't want to, you put the quarter panel on and then align these two together. So if I make sure this is straight and then we go to hang the quarter, we'll make sure that the flange from the quarter panel picks up on this correctly, and then it'll make it really easy to line everything else up. That's the other trick that I learned. It isn't bad though, guys. Here, let me switch back to the other camera. Let me back it out. That looks pretty straight. Here, let me, yep. It's pretty good. Nice. Really not bad. Everything's opening and closing correctly. And that looks correct. Sweet. That's pretty sick, man. What time is it? Noontime. All right. The last thing I can do is just, if we hammer this thing back down into position, yeah, just hammer it back. Just use the metal dolly and stuff, hammer it back and then mark it so I can use that for alignment as well. But yeah, the last thing, guys, is just that the flange where the wheelhouses connect. So there's an inner and outer wheelhouse, like, just in case anybody didn't miss my explanation before. If we're looking at it from the top, the inner and outer wheelhouses make two C's and they come together. They come together on a seam. You can see the seam right here. I need to make sure that if these are the seams, right? If these are the seams, they need to be perfectly butt up against each other. Self-tappers should pull it in. I don't know if you had something set in stone today, but could we get some beam? No, tomorrow. I had beam lined up for tomorrow. I want to play Kerbal, and now is the time to actually play. So yeah, let me just get my hammer. Get my hammer real quick and hammer this bad boy into position. I'm just gonna hammer the C-pillar flange very, very gently. Very, 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 very gently. Just get that C-pillar flange into position. Really don't have a choice. Hey, that's pretty good, man. Look, that fit pretty well. How's that for fit? Look at that. I mean, do ignore the holes that I drilled in it, but that's pretty good. The sticker makes it look a little strange. I mean, obviously the sticker won't be there when I put this in. That's pretty good. Over there, we're gonna have to bend this stuff down. It's hard to get in there. Yeah, man, pretty good. That's nice. Very good. Pretty happy with that. That'll do, pig. That'll do. That'll do, pig. Good. All right, dudes. Cool. I wanted to get some work done on the car. We did. That should be good for now. I don't know if I want to do the self-tapper stuff just yet. Although maybe we should. Falk, is this EJ's job or just a hobby? This is my job. For stream, dude. This is stream content. Why play something like Car Mechanic Simulator when I have the privilege of being able to play just Car Mechanic? This is content for the stream, Falk. I have a shop. I have a shop on I have a barn, pole barn in my backyard. It's one of the reasons why we bought this house. It is a gigantic shop. And yeah, this is content for the stream, homie. I'd call it a hobby, yeah, if anything. We'll call it, you know what? We'll call it content. It's content for you. But yeah, I was worried about how this would look with the lines looking different. Honestly, you don't even see, like, your eyes aren't drawn to it as much as I thought they would be. It looks just fine. Yeah. Pyro Garage streams are your favorite? Right on, man. That looks good, dude. Yeah, I think if we zip self-tappers all up in here, you know, I don't know, should I do that now? It's pretty damn straight. It'd be better to do it now. But I don't know if it's perfect. I'm not going to know if it's perfect without the damn quarter panel. So yeah, it's probably better to just leave it. Last thing I'll do here is check the fitment on the trunk extension. So you can see the trunk that we put in a whole trunk pan, but the trunk pan has the extension. And the extension, let me get some clamps. The clamps. Just make sure these Craig clamps are good. All right, so the extension should fit up right like that. Oh, nice. Very nice. Oh, that's perfect, dude. It's so close to being right. Yeah, those alignment holes. I was watching Junker Up. It's a YouTube channel done by a guy named Chris Birdsong. And he was saying that if you align the wheel well first, everything else kind of falls into place. And damn, you know, that was right. That was absolutely right. This wasn't fitting right until I got the holes lined up with the wheel well, and now it fits really good. Yeah, everything kind of falls into place. Wow. I thought we would have to do much more adjustment with this thing. So here's what I'm gonna do. I was gonna say I'll align it, but I gotta get underneath to do that. That's sick, dude. That really made a difference. I thought we were gonna have more trouble with this thing. Nope. Nope, she's good. That's real good, actually. That fits fantastic. Where's my other clamp? I'm gonna see if I can pull these two together. Hold on. Just pull it together. Oh, hell yeah, man. That's great. We're gonna have to pinch weld this together. You pinch it together right there. Dude, look at that. Look at the flange gap. Or look at the line. See how the line is straight? Oh, that's mint. That's perfect. Dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Petrie. Yeah, there you go, man. Dude, look at that. Petrie, what do you think of that? That's pretty good. Dude, I am so happy I took the extra time and redid the trunk panel alignment. If the trunk wasn't straight, we'd have a big problem right now. None of this would fit. But we did it. We took our time, and look. So what I'm geeking out about, guys, is the radius here. If you look at the radius in the wheel well, see how it's perfect? The transition between the extension piece, right? The transition between the extension and the wheelhouse is perfect. It's pretty damn flush. This thing is gonna need to be brought up just a smidge, but see how that's nice and flush right there? That's perfect, dude. Mint. That's really good. That's really good. Oh, that's such a load off, dude, that actually fits. You have no idea. Shoot, man, I need more clamps. But slowly but surely, we're rebuilding this thing. Slowly but surely. Thanks, Paul. I actually like this, dude. This is super cool. Restoring a car like this, or just building one out like this is sick. You know, maybe down the road, if, you know, for whatever reason this takes off, you know, and it becomes a super popular project, what I would like to do is find a car, another two-door that's too far gone, and basically build a new car. Build a new car from the ground up and mimic the way the assembly line did it. That would be really fun. It would be a lot of work, and I do not have the time or money for that, and I'm thinking way down the road, but it'd still be cool. This is cool for now. This is good enough. Here, let me move this out of the way so you can see. See how it's nice and clean, dude? Oh, that looks terrific. I'm so happy with that. Yeah, real good, dudes. Real good. Yeah, live stream it. I'm talking like frame jig and stuff. Frame jig, get all the measurements that we need, and just buy frame rails and start building the damn car. Did you do model cars as a kid? No. No, not as much as you'd think. I did play with them, but yeah. I know, it's just like that. Wipes booger on your hat. Proud of you. Thank you. Put on the tire to see? Okay. Yeah, if that's what you guys want to see. I mean, the suspension is decompressed still, but... Here's little old me being smart and putting the stupid lug nuts back on the studs. So you don't lose them. It just makes it a pain in the butt to put the tire on. Your dad restored a 66 GTO from a box of parts to a 9 out of 10 show car. That's awesome, bossy. That's cool, man. This is fun, dude. It's fun. It scratches the same exact itch as 3D modeling, interestingly enough. And I'm a 3D modeler by trade. This is the same thing. It is the same thing, just in reality instead of a virtual 3D space. Now, once again, the leaf springs aren't connected, guys. So even if we jack this up, the eyelet is going to hit the leaf spring perch, and it's not. I don't think we'll get it to the fully compressed position, or like ride height position. But here, let me switch it back over here. And what I'll do, you know, that's a good idea. Hold on, let me grab my. Let me grab my plumb. You know what's a good idea? How we can actually, yeah. So I'm going to put this plumb, and then I'll just temporarily tape it, or just drop it, you know, whatever. You know, you can just drop it. Dropping it works. And I'm going to line it up. See, the thing is that that's not where the wheel is, because the suspension is decompressed. So I'll tape it, but if it looks wrong, there's a reason. The wheel goes up like this. It travels on a pivot point. The pivot point is up there. And then it's not much, but oh, it looks pretty damn straight. It's pretty damn close. Once again, you got to take into account that the wheel is the suspension is decompressed, meaning it's just hanging there on jack stands, and the pivot point for the suspension is right here. It's right through there, through that nice rust hole. Don't worry, the suspension mount's not rusty, believe it or not. So this is on an arm, and that arm goes like this. So this tire, the wheel and tire is down like that. But where it would be riding would be over here somewhere. See the lever arm difference? This has a curvature, this has a curved length of travel. It's a quadratic movement. I think that's what that's called. meaning that it's on a curve like this. So if it doesn't look exactly plumb, it's because this wheel is, if anything, it would be, so if the ride height is like this and it's down, yeah, it'd be a little bit forward. And if I'm looking at this right, I would say that the center of the wheel well is probably like right here. And that puts the tire in front a bit. Good. That's actually, yeah, that looks pretty damn straight, dudes. My father's health is going downhill. The family business is shop equipment. I have a frame building platform that has all the holes in it and step blocks. Would love to donate it to you in the future. Where are you, Petrie? What state are you in? Did you say Oklahoma, if I'm remembering correctly? I'll go get it. If you want, dude, if you have a frame jig, I could use it. Absolutely. Iowa. I was close. Oh, that's right. I remember we were talking about that. Yeah. Hey, I got the region right. I was close. Will drummer's wheels fit in there? Yes. Yeah, they will. Would you like to see? I'll just put, I'm gonna put the plumb on top of the car, okay? It's on the top of the car, so we know where it is. Here, I'll get one of the wider tires. I don't have the rims for these just yet, but the rims that I want are basically gonna look like that. The dang old plumb bob, boy. That's right. But yeah, I'm thinking everything is fitting in here pretty damn well. This all looks real good, man. Yeah, this tire has been a little... Looks like someone's been doing burnouts with this tire. So weird. Who would do burnouts in a rusty car like this? That's so unsafe. Why would someone do that? All right, let me get one of the wider tires. So the tire that's going to end up going in this thing is a 275/60 R15. Now, that more or less will end up looking very similar to what you saw, what I just showed you guys, but these tires are way wider. Oh yeah, dude, we got plenty of room in there. Damn. I was reading on the internet that you could fit a 295 in here. This 275 will be perfect for what we're doing. And it is a big, big, big tire. Here, look at the difference. See what I mean? And I'm gonna get, oop, that's a bit of metal shavings in the rubber. I'm sure that's good for it. Yeah, you can fit it easily. Dude, there's so much clearance in there. Here, I'll show you what the wheel well clearance is front to back, and then we'll stop and we'll go play KSP. Ready? So this is to the inner wheel well. Inner to outer wheel well, if that's correct. We got 14 3/4 inches. This thing is 11 inches across. Look at that. Yeah, you can fit a 295 in there. The cool thing is that, yeah, this is a two-door. This is a two-door fender well, because they don't make the four-door ones. So I'm gonna have to, like I said, we have to worry about that little pinch right there. But honestly, it really doesn't look bad. I don't care. It's gonna be tough to get this part right, to get this whole area right. But if we can do the frame rails in the back, I'm not really worried. But inadvertently doing this tubbed the wheel well. It gave us so much more clearance for a tire. Just, yeah, inadvertently. I didn't really mean to do that, but that was very much an unknown. It was very much an unknown. Here, let me show you the difference. I'll get the original quarter panel, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Or, well, what was left of the quarter panel, let's say. So that is approximate. See the difference? See the difference in the well? This thing is gonna be, like I said, putting the two-door stuff on there, we inadvertently tubbed the wheel well, which is pretty good. I don't hate that. So like the original wheel well was like down here somewhere. And now it's up there. We got it's about a 3-inch difference I've measured. Yeah, Petrie, this thing's gonna be beast. What I was thinking about doing, just on a quick side note, we'll do a little follow-up here before we jump in and play Kerbal. We'll start Kerbal at the top of the hour because I got to go wash up and stuff. This goes here. This goes here. This goes this way. There we go. I got to plug in my work light too before I forget. It's on my mind, so I'm going to do it. Petrie, what do you think about an 8R70? We were talking about the 47RH. 47RHs are a pain in the butt to find. 8R70s, though, everywhere. The reason why the 47RH is hard to find is because everybody wants one. I was thinking we put the Torque Flight 8 in here instead of the 47RH, which is a 727 with overdrive, still a Torque Flight. If we put a Torque Flight 8 in this thing, you can buy standalone transmission controllers for it. So think about this, 5.7 Hemi, built, you know, with heads in a cam, with eagle heads and a camshaft, making 400 horse with the 8-speed behind it. Well done on the wheel fit. Thanks, man. So Rotten, this thing has a 318 under the hood. It's a 5.2 liter V8 2-barrel carburetor, which makes maybe 150 horse. And then it's got a 3-speed. It's got a 3-speed light-duty transmission behind it, automatic. And then we got an 8 1/4 rear end, which we're going to need to replace that too. That is not suitable for our power application. So I was thinking heads in a cam for the motor, Coltec. Yeah, heads in a cam for the Hemi. My target with this vehicle is about 400 horsepower. 400 horsepower is, I know that's like, well, dude, why not 700? You put 700 through this 1960s chassis, it's going to bend it. That is very well documented. 400 horse is what this chassis was really designed for with its upper limits. After that, we'd have to get into some chassis modification, putting in subframe connectors. Could we do that? Sure. Do I want to do that? No. So I want to make this car something that's fun to drive on the street, but it's not a race car. I want to basically make a really nice, not a pro street, but basically a pro street. Yeah.
Discovery,
This
go
thing,
and throttle up.
I already have the motor for it. I have a 5.7 Hemi from a 2004 Dodge Ram, right? And we can pull the wire harness off of it if we need to. I have a 5.7 Hemi, and it will bolt to the 904 torque flight that's in there, but I have a feeling we're gonna break it if we do that. So, what was that? Hey, Baron, what is this button? Well, that's the Give EJ Money button, and you just pressed it, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Give EJ money to support crappy habits. NASA just released a POV ISS tour. Nice, nice. The thing will pretzel flex with even 400 horse. How goes the transmission research? I've asked you, Hellfish. I asked a bunch of other people. Everybody's recommending the same controllers. I asked Sean, who the guy that wrote the article about this car for Dodge Garage. Yeah. I told him about it too. He recommended the same stuff. So, and he was a writer for Dodge. So, yeah, that'll work.
Discovery,
Is
go
it
at
an 8
throttle up.
HP 70 SVO?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Basically, there's a transmission that Dodge has been putting in cars for the last like 8 or 9 years. It's an 8-speed torque flight transmission. It's made by ZF or ZF, whatever you want to call it. And standalone transmission controllers just came out for it very recently. People make their own computer to control the transmission. You can buy the standalone controllers, and if you give the standalone controller power, it'll control the transmission for you. So an 8-speed in this thing would be great. I'm thinking that 8-speed with a 323 rear end, not the full high, like tall gear, but like a 320 or a 330 rear end final drive. Bro, this thing will get 25 miles to the gallon going down the road all day with 400 horsepower. Perfect. Perfect. And then, not that it's set up for it, but if we ever took it to the quarter, it'll probably do, with that setup that I was just talking about, my guess would be 12, 13 second car. I'm good with that. That's perfect. I don't want to cage it. If you go faster than a certain speed on an NHRA drag strip and you don't have a cage, they'll kick you out. The Isaacman vote is happening right now. Is it on C-SPAN? Give me one sec. Last.
Mrs. Blackburn, I got you.
Triangulation, Flykin. Triangulation and cross members.
Mr. Blumenthal.
Hold on.
I did, thank you. Ms. Rochester.
This looks like a circus. Wait.
Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett.
Hold on. What the hell's going on here?
Hold on.
See?
Thank you.
Where's Rook? He wouldn't be there for his vote. I see who's there.
Hassan,
I saw Ted Cruz around somewhere. I think he walked away.
Thank you. Sure you do.
There's Mr. Bernie Sanders over there. I'm once again asking for your Senate support.
Thank you. I won't tell anybody.
I wonder if she knows that the mic is live.
Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy.
This is just a vote for debating. After this vote, there will be at
you.
most a 2-hour debate.
Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons,
Oh.
Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Master.
Yeah, the hell with that then. The absolute hell with that. When the debate actually starts, then we'll cover it. What are they voting on? Jared Isaacman for NASA administrator, dude. That's the only reason I would ever show you guys the Senate on the stream. We don't need to participate in that clown fiesta. And it is a Clown Fiesta. Hang on, I'm gonna put the lugs back on the wheel. But yeah, this all fits good, man. This all fits good, and we got a good plan, and we're making good progress. The next thing that I really want to do with this thing is fix that inner wheelhouse. I think that's what we should do next. Fix up the inner wheelhouse, clean up the edges, really figure out how that thing all connects into the rockers. I think I understand how it does it, but we're going to have to go and look at the other side of the car. Believe it or not, the inner wheelhouse on the other side of the car is less intact in some spots and more intact in other spots than this one. It's like rotted in the opposite spots of this. So between the two, so like the front of this inner wheelhouse is gone. The front of that inner wheelhouse on the driver's side is fine. The back of this inner wheelhouse is relatively intact. The back of that wheelhouse is gone. So that one has a good front, this one has a good back. Between the two, I should be able to rebuild them. Finally finished up all my finals. How you doing? I'm doing good, Sea-Kraken. Look, I got the wheelhouse in, and see, it's plumb to the wheel. It's pretty damn good. We just worked on alignment with that today, and now we're gonna play some KSP. Update me when needed. Thanks, Trey, I appreciate it. Gonna do some upgrades to the underside. I hope you're getting some modern brakes. Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, we will. Sig, this thing has manual drum brakes. This big freaking car, manual drums. Everything was optioned out on cars in the 60s, man. Yeah, everything was optioned out. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna put power disc brakes in this thing. I might even rob the disc brakes out of the truck if we can get away with it. Because this is a big car. It's as big as a freaking truck, or as long as one. We're gonna need some pretty big brakes, especially with 400 horse. With 400 horsepower, I don't know. I'm not doing 400 horse with drums. You will die. You will die. You can? Petrie, do you think, will the rotors from the truck fit on those spindles? Dude, if they, oh man, if that would be so much easier. $400 on this thing, are you mad? Dude, the thing is that they make chassis stiffening kits for this. But yeah, I'm not doing that with drums. But 400 horsepower in this thing will be plenty. That will be perfect, dude. Going 60 and it's gonna feel horrifying. It's like the car, so Sig, you know the Ferndale from My Summer Car, the muscle car that Fleetari has, that's the same car. Mine's a 69. The one in Summer Car is a 72. It's the same car. And this thing will do the same thing above 70, 80 miles an hour. It'll start skitching around unless we reinforce it, and that's what I'm gonna do. Bolt pattern, not sure. Can you please touch on the two-door idea you had? Nah, we should flip over to play KSP, dude. What do you mean the two-door idea that I had? I'm not converting this to a two-door. No. Look, man. Yeah, that's too much work. We're not doing that. I don't want to do that. Is it going full land yacht? No. No, this car, I want this car to handle. It'll handle pretty good. Land yacht means it would just go slow. I don't want it to go slow. This chassis, this unibody chassis, believe it or not, is pretty good. It's a unibody. That's pretty high tech for the 1960s. It's a pretty well-made chassis. Chrysler used the B body. This chassis was so good. It was engineered in 1960 and they used it into the 80s. They used it for 25 years almost. It was pretty good. The last B body, I believe, was a New Yorker in the 80s. But how we're gonna do this with the two-door quarter is I'm going to clean up my edge here first. And what I'm going to do, Petrie, I know you're not gonna like this, but I'm doing it. I'm not using panel glue. I don't wanna do that. I wanna weld it. I wanna learn how to do it, okay? I know seams, etc., etc. If it looks like trash, so be it. The car will be fine. I'm not worried about it as long as the weld is strong. And I will do my best to make sure it doesn't. I'm going to seam weld this. I'm going to hang the 2-door quarter on here, okay? I'm going to hang it. Then what I'm going to do, the 2-door quarter panel will go to about here. I'm going to cut it as best as I can. I need to figure out how it jives with the rocker panels down there, but that's another story. So essentially we're going to cut it to this shape, and then we'll weld it. We'll seam weld it to what exists here. And then I'm going to have to remake all this down here. But this part won't be as bad. The only thing we got to worry about is that the chassis goes out. But if we hang the fender there, I'll have the end, put it on the rocker, or put it on the wheelhouse. We have the wheelhouse there as a guide, so I know what to, I can fill in the puzzle pieces, so to speak. We can fill in the blanks. After I hang this thing, right, I'm going to cut a seam that's basically halfway through this tape line here. And I'll make sure to cut it straight. It has to be perfect, right? And I'm going to cut it through the replacement quarter panel, cut it through the replacement, and cut through my original metal. If we do both of them, right, and we do one seam and one cut, right, the seam will be the same between my panel that I need to fit and the original metal. It'll be the same seam because I cut it at the same time. Then what I'm going to do on top of that is I'm going to make metal tabs like this. I mean, this is just a bit of scrap metal. I'm going to make metal tabs like this, and what we're going to do, I'm going to plug weld those tabs here. We're going to plug weld them and make a backing plate right there. Right? The tabs, I don't know, probably be like one there, one there, one there, like every foot maybe, every 30 centimeters, right? And that'll give me something to butt up against. So, what we do from there, we put the new quarter panel on, we get everything aligned to the wheelhouse and everything, right? And then I self-tapper this mother in here. I'll put the, we can put the welding seam clamps in, and then we self-tapper it to the back here. We self-tapper it to the backing plates so it won't move, and then seam weld it from there. The backing plates are there to absorb excess heat. They're there to absorb excess heat, and they're there to prevent the warp. Think of it like clamping it. What size bolt hole is the rear end on the vehicle? It's an 8 1/4. Will the panel be on by New Year's? Depends on where the chips fall with paying my quarterly taxes, Sig. But yeah. So that's how we're going to do it. I'm going to really, I understand that. So with this, because it's 16 gauge steel, if we just zapped it and went all the way down, right, we'll end up warping it and it'll never look right. It'll never look correct. So I'm going to stitch it. We'll do little bits and pieces. The vote started. Currently 48 yay, 18 nay. Ooh. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Motion to invoke cloture on the nomination of Jared Isaacman of Pennsylvania to be the administrator of NASA. You did the exact same thing on your first job. You've done panel bonds since. Yeah. All right. Let's see what we got, dudes. Not the final vote. This is the vote to start the debate before the final vote. Oh, for the love of God, dude. Just do it already. Come on. How many votes you need? Unfrickin' believable. Well, we're here. We might as well see what the heck's going on. So there's a minute 20 left.
Mr. Cassidy, aye.
.45 seconds left in the motion to invoke cloture. It's a 5-stud lug nut, outdoorsman, yeah. I'm not 100% sure.
Mr. Kim,
I'm not sure.
aye.
Wait, Kim voted yes? He voted no in the Commerce, Justice, and Science Committee. What the hell? I guess he changed his mind. All right. I mean, it is the roll call vote, so this is all the people that will be voting in it. Am I thinking about that right? Yeah, so they're voting to start the actual debate. For the love of God. Dude, why? I'm sure there's a good legal precedent for doing a cloture
Also
vote.
Brooks, no.
I mean, guys, all right. Does anybody here know this better than I do? What the hell what does cloture mean? I'm not, you know what? I'm just going to Google it. I don't care. Cloture meaning.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I've heard it before, but I'm not 100% sure.
Mr. Budd, aye.
Cloture is a parliamentary procedure to end debate in a legislative body, especially the U.S. Senate, to force a vote on a bill or motion, primarily used to overcome a filibuster. Oh, for fuck's sake. These people are useless. So this is a vote to start the debate on a vote. Yep. It's a vote to start the debate on the vote. The Senate is essentially voting to do their job. Are we going to do our job today?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Some people are voting no. It's to end the debate and vote. Ah. So they're voting on ending the debate to vote. Okay.
Ms. Blunt Rochester, no.
That makes more sense, but still, like,
Ms. Klobuchar,
you,
no.
yeah, didn't see that one coming. You know, we could just vote. You know what ends the debate? Finalizing the vote. Not voting to end the debate to finalize the vote. God. Oh dear. I'm sure there's some reason why you would do this, but man, call me biased, dude. This is a little ridiculous.
Danes, aye.
If you use a 95 Cherokee, disc should work for the coronet. Oh, okay, outdoorsman. That's good to know. But if they vote, then the no's will lose. Yeah, that's unacceptable. I mean, yeah, it's not, yeah, this is, yeah. $53 and 21. 74 senators are voting on this and 26 are not. And the unofficial tally has ended.
Mrs. Fisher, aye.
Hey.
Mr. Peters, no.
Yeah, MP, I'm kind of with you on that one, dude. Got to go split wood. All right, Peachy. Just wanted to say thanks for the chat and the content. I hope in the future you can tip some stuff I know you would want that would just be scrap. Oh, dude, bring it on. Guys, see, here's the thing. Like, I'll be honest with you. And this is me talking now. Like, so just take it for what it's worth. I understand the need for legal proceedings in this matter, especially at the federal Senate level. There needs to be...
Just got a Florida aye.
There needs to be a rhyme and reason to this. If it's just voting on this, voting on that, voting on this, voting on that.
Van Hollen, no.
If it goes that way, it's very easy to get mob rule in the Senate, which, I mean, with the Senate, that is kind of the point. It's kind of the point. But the fact that, yeah, I mean, they're voting to end the debate. I mean, that's not that big of a deal. You know, it seems kind of redundant, but you're voting to end the debate and finalize the vote, which, I mean, how else would you do that? Now that I'm thinking about it, like, think about it from an engineering standpoint. How are you going to do that? How are you going to do that? You can't just say, all right, let's vote. Voting on finishing the debate to finalize the vote is not a bad idea. I know people are going to be like, yeah, okay, pal. Like, I get it, but how else are you going to do that? You just call a vote arbitrarily? Right? The reason why, and this is what I mean about a rhyme or a reason to the system at the federal level. All right? Say you call the vote. Say you call the vote. And you say, oh yeah, we're voting today. You better get here. And half of the Senate shows up. And the other half doesn't. And then you vote on it and said, oh, there were no nays while we're here. Then what?
Ms.
Then
Baldwin, aye.
At the federal level, I think that's wise. Because then, if you don't do something like this, right? If you don't, you're leaving it open to be contested. They're like, oh, the whole Senate wasn't there, so the whole Senate didn't vote on it, so it can't be law. The whole Senate didn't vote on it. The whole Senate didn't vote on it. So I I think that this is one of those things, an implemented bureaucratic process that actually makes things a little more airtight when it comes to this. I get it, but you really want it to be foolproof. You don't want anybody saying, well, I wasn't there for the Isaacman vote. I wasn't there for that. I wasn't there for that. It's invalid. It's invalid. And then the Senate just argues about whether it's invalid or not. You know? Don't they all?
Cotton. Aye.
Don't they all have residence in D.C. anyway? Yes. Like, I understand the need for this. But, guys, to be honest with you, since Isaacman's renomination, this whole system, this whole process is going pretty fast. You know what that shows me? They can go fast if they want to. If it's politically expedient to do so. Now, if you have a
Mr.
problem...
Wyden, no.
Now, I'm sure people have thoughts about that. I do too, but we won't get that far today. We're here for space, remember that. Exactly, Sig. That's what I mean. When it's politically expedient, they go fast, which, yeah. But that's debate. You know, that's how this works. Is it the best system around? I mean, I'm sure there's ways to get stuff done more expediently, but I wouldn't want those ways over this. You know what I mean? Over a representative government, I'm sure there's faster ways to do things. But take it for what it is, I guess. Yeah, Buxo, exactly. Representative is a stretch.
Mr. Tuberville, aye.
Is
Mrs.
it?
Murray,
I mean,
no.
I'm just calling it by its name, dude. Yeah, no, there you go. Churchill said that. Democracy is the worst system of government, except for all the others. We will fight them on the beaches, and we will fight them in the air. We will defend our island. We will never surrender. That's a good speech, man. A real good speech.
Ms. Duckworth, no.
Yep, didn't see that one coming. Yeah, I believe if yay goes over 60, I think. I'm not 100% sure on...
Mr. Gallego, aye.
Yay! All right, guy. Gallego. Yeah, I've heard the speech on the original vinyl. We shall fight them on the beaches. We shall fight them in the air. We will defend our island. Such a good speech. It gets me fired up, man. Gets me fired up.
Mrs. Blackburn, aye.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
Mr. Warner,
Yeah.
aye.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! There you go, Sea Kraken. Nice. Oh.
Mr. Risch, aye.
Oh, damn. We playing with house money now, boys. Depending on if there's no objections during the debate, they may skip right to the final vote. Cool. So Sig, here's the thing. I don't show the Senate willy-nilly. This is the...
Mrs. Gillibrand, aye.
Okay. Didn't see that coming. All right, cool. So this is the vote to end the debate on whether Isaacman should or shouldn't be NASA administrator. This will force a vote in the Senate. That should be happening a little bit later in the day. But, yeah. You know what? I'm going to stop this VOD if we're going to watch this, if we're going to have this up. I'm going to stop the car VOD, and we'll go from there. If you're watching this on the car VOD, you probably don't care. If you're watching the video of this, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to head back inside, back into the office, and we'll go from there. I'm going to jog the YouTube VOD, and then we'll start. I wanted to play KSP, but I'm kind of... We could play KSP. We could have this in the background going, I suppose. But then again, that is 60 votes. So anyway, we did make good progress on this, dudes. Pretty good stuff. Yeah, we got that thing up. We got that thing fitting up nice. Not really sure where the next thing we're going to do is. I mean, we could probably try to get this thing all satiated up. But yeah, we can't really go much further here on this side. I mean, we could repair the inner wheel well. You know what? That's probably what we'll do next. We'll repair the inner wheelhouse. So when we go to burn this thing in, we'll have wheelhouse to fix. That's correct, Shaw. Yeah. Ending the debate for bills requires 60, then final passage requires a simple majority, but appointments need only 51 to get a final vote. There you go. I think you'll get it for what it's worth, but I will keep you guys in the loop. Should go up in the bleachers and cheer them on? Yeah. I don't live in DC, man. So, yeah, we just need to get this panel snug as a bug in a rug up against the other one. And that might require just a smidge more clearancing and stuff, but this is pretty damn solid in there. I got to get my phone. I got to take pictures take a progress picture. And then we'll move back into the office. I'll take another one from a 3/4 from back here. We document everything. We will document everything for the archives. Just being honest with you, pads, rotors, calipers through at least my store is around 500 with core charges and calipers, just being honest. I know. In good time. Right now, fellas, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. My goal with this car, right now, I wanted to get the whole thing done by February so we could drive down to Artemis. That's not happening. That's not happening. So now my goal, funding, what are you going to do? Now my goal is to just get this shell solid. Remove all rust from this vehicle. Is that a tall order? Yes, but it's something we can just pick off piece by piece by piece. We've gotten to the point where we're adding more to the car than cutting out, which is good. That's real good. Nick Cage is going to steal your documents from the archives. Do it right, let it cook. Yep. So, yeah, that's my goal. Get this shell good by the summer. No, get it basically back to a factory 69 coronet with two-door quarter panels attached to it. You know, as good as it can. As good as it can be. Heck, I won't even put the big tires on it. We'll just put the regular tires and just get a stock running vehicle. I would be really happy if we got it done by the spring. Real happy. What was the vote about? You said September 5 months ago. I know, Turkey. I know. I know. I was making really good progress on it, and then my computer exploded. Yeah. Turns out when you can't stream, you can't make good content. Yeah. And then I did not have a good Q4 this year in real life. It was not a good time. It was not fun. So there's that, but that's a whole nother story I'm not getting into. Long story short, I had the money to do it and then I didn't. It's really through no fault of my own, but it is what it is. So yeah, I had to extend my timelines. So now we just pick bits and pieces off, and we're not going to be able to get the full build done with the Hemi and everything by, you know, I wanted it to get done by, you know, basically now, but the Hemi's just outside the door. It's sitting in its shipping crate, the Dodge Ram, so it's covered and protected, so I'm not too worried about it. And yeah, my goal now is to just get the shell solid, get this thing nice and solid, make sure it rides straight down the road, and then, you know, throughout next year we start doing modifications. Maybe it'll be done in a year from now, maybe. Yeah, something like that, Flykin, yeah. We've all been through it. Yeah. Exactly, Pirate. It's stuff just like that, dude. Yep, so I'm patient. I'm a persistent dude. You guys know that. I'll see it through. I have no problem working on it for a couple hours every day. With that being said, I'm going to go back in the shop. So that's going to do it for part 41. Maybe I'll get up again tomorrow or sometime, or Friday or something, and we'll actually work on adding more metal into the car and fixing that wheelhouse. I think that probably is what we should do next. Yeah. Heck, man, if we can fix the door jamb too, that'd be great. But yeah. Yeah. The wheelhouse might be a can of worms because the front wheelhouse, it goes up against the inner rocker panel. So we might have to just repair that inner rocker now. We plate it, cut out all the crap out of it and plate it. Yeah, that inner rocker is pretty salvageable, believe it or not. Am I weird for wanting EJ to leave some of the patina? I mean, dude, we could drive it around as long as when we patch all this, Sig, as long as I patch it and clean it up and protect the metal, and we could rattle can it. Just put some rattle can on there. It'll look ridiculous, dude, with a stitched panel on the back that's been rattle canned, but we could keep the patina in the front if you really wanted to. I ultimately do want to get this car painted because I don't want to do all this work and not have it painted. You may want to look at somehow getting the quarter and the rocker panels at the same time. Yep. The outer rocker, Hellfish. The outer one shot. So what I'm most likely going to do, my plan was the B pillar, right? Sorry, I keep saying I'm going to go in the office, but yeah. The B pillar here is messed up. Or it's not messed up, but where it attaches to the B pillar is fine. So if I buy a two-door rocker, it'd be better to go with the two-door quarter panels so they butt up together. And what I'm going to do is just basically cut up the two-door rocker and put it where it needs to be replaced. I'm not going to replace the whole thing because that means you have to undo the B pillar, which means you need to take the doors off. I don't want to do that. $67-30, vote over. Making a whole new wheel well. Does it have a complex shape? Yeah, of course it does. It's right there. It's right in front of you. I'm in Massachusetts, Serge. We don't have farm use. Really, Rob? Damn, dude. That sucks. Yeah. I mean, Rob, like I said, I would prefer you do the research that way, dude, and not just throw a sponsorship at me because I might screw it up. You know, like, but yeah, I'm persistent. I'm going to keep working on this, dudes. Barring some crazy catastrophic real life event like what happened in Q4 last, like what happened now, I'm going to keep working on it. I have a shop. My shop's in my backyard. I have to walk past this freaking thing. I have to walk past this thing every day to get into my shop. That is entirely on purpose. My house is that way, right? A long ways that way. My office is at the very back of my property on the back of the garage. I have to walk past all of my project cars every day and past this to get to the shop. Believe me, that is entirely on purpose. I got to stare at it every day. I walk by it every day. That's my commute to work right over there, you know? So yeah, like I said, feel it out, dude. If I'm the right fit, I'm the right fit. If I'm not, I get it, dude. It's all good. But yeah, I wouldn't want you wasting your time on me either. I would feel bad. But I'm not sure I have the reach either, you know? Jared won with 67. All right, it's going to go to a vote, dude. Just finished the thermostat in your wife's van, pain in the butt. Parts are $33. Dealer wants $600. I'm not wasting your time. All right, cool. I appreciate that, man. Well, yeah, do the research, dude. Yeah. See if I'm the right guy for the job. That sucks about the last sponsorship, though, brother. You never want to see that kind of crap. There's a lot of pieces of trash out there, you know what I mean? Especially around cars. I'm just trying not to be one of those guys, you know? But yeah, I will see this damn thing through. I'm not leaving this unfinished. You know why? Because it's taking up room in my shop. I've other cars that I need to work on, man. Yeah, Rob, we do okay. The car streams don't do as good as the space content, you know? But that's because I was a spaceflight streamer first. But yeah, man, it's we'll get this done. Next stream, we'll do the inner wheelhouse. And yeah, what's the plan for Kerbal? I don't know. I have to go look. But yeah, I can't leave this here. I walk past it every day. I can't leave it here. Just like the 59 when we had the 59 in here. Couldn't do it. I want to replace the damn wheel. I want to fix the wheelhouse now. I want to fix it now. But I said we would play KSP, so, because I want to. Yeah. It's starting to look like a car again, dude. Sometimes with a project car, it's good to just stare at it. Would you just look at it? You ever stare at it? Marvel at its beauty, its genius. But Hellfish, yeah, you're right about the rockers, dude. I think we should get the rocker and the quarter so we can figure out how this all fits together and finish one freaking part of this damn car. Everyone wants the tools until they got to pay for it. Yeah, Rob, I'll tell you that. I ain't looking for no handout. You know what I mean? I don't believe in doing stuff like that. I tell people not to pay me, you know? I'm you know, like if I'm gonna do this job, that's always been my rule. If I'm gonna do this job, I ain't begging for money. I earn it. I earn subscriptions. I earn tips. I don't ask for them. And that has been my rule for 13
this is space.
years of
I'm in
doing
space.
this job. And it ain't changing anytime soon. It's more of a partnership with us, not a sponsorship. Dude, I'll pay for tools. I don't give a frick about that. I'll pay for the tools that I need, though, you know, like. But yeah, we can talk more about that later. Dude, I'll tell you, fellas, I'm so happy this thing fit. The trunk extension fits when the wheelhouse is all centered, because I was trying to get it to fit without drilling the holes for the bolts that we did, and it wasn't fitting. But now it fits perfect. Dude, that, and even with a couple of clamps, that thing is in there. It's in there solid. But see, I still have a little bit of play. See that? I have a little bit of play to be able to get the crossmember extension in there.
Oh,
Hello?
this is space. I'm in space.
Dr. Death! Thanks for the gifted sub to Hammer Nails. How's the frame of the car? It's mighty rusty under the door. It's a unibody, Sig. There's no frame. That is the frame. How is it? It needs to be replaced. This car is not safe to drive. The car will fold in half if you put some power through it. I can't believe it did the burnout when it did it. Is it strong enough to stand in? Oh yeah. Yeah, the pans, the floor pans in the car, except for up at the front footwells, so the driver and passenger front footwells, they're all fine, dude. And then the trunk's fine now. Trunk's brand new. I just put it in. So the trunk pan, I didn't have any problem redoing. The thing is that so the floor pans in this car, there's five. There's five pans in this from the factory. So you got your trunk pan at the back, and then the trunk pan goes over the wheelhouse, or over the wheel well where the axle is. And then you have the trunk pan, you have your rear pan, you have left and right footwell pans for the back seats, and then you have your main pan at the front. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. With that being said, if the passenger side footwell pan or the rear pan was shot on this car, major structural compromise. That would have been too far gone even for me. And we probably could have fixed it, but the car never would have tracked straight. Without a frame jig, you got to redo the floor pans. Yeah, let me go down. I'll go down the list of things that I have left to do. So we have to repair the inner wheelhouse here. We got to repair the inner wheelhouse over there. I have to do all this on the other side of the car. So that's rear quarters, rear outer wheelhouse left and right, rear trunk extension left and right. From there, outer rockers on both sides of the car. The inner rocker is okay in certain spots. In other spots, it can be patched. So the inner and outer rocker, the inner rockers can be repaired. The outer rockers need to be replaced. And then the main pan is shot. But I don't need, so two things. I can't replace the entire main pan without taking the entire car apart. Because the main pan goes from here forward to the firewall. I can't fit it in there. But they make patches for it. They make half pans. So you could buy the driver's side side of the pan and the passenger side part of the pan. They make halves. And I'm gonna get halves and we'll put it in there. Now, so left wheelhouse, right wheelhouse, left quarter, right quarter. Let me count it up. So wheelhouse here, wheelhouse there, the extensions on both sides, the quarters on both sides, the outer rockers on both sides. The inner rockers need to be repaired. I need left and right floor pans, so that's 11 more things. And then the last thing, so 12, would be the transmission, the torsion bar cross member. Torsion bar cross member shot in this car. Shot. It's gone. There's nothing left. Well, there is something left. There's nothing left where it connects to the rocker. So we're gonna need to do that. Remember, you said end of summer for all this. If I had worked on it every day through August like I did in July, Hellfish, we would have a pretty good shell by now. Dude, I remember in July I was working on this every day for like 6 hours and then doing space news. Yeah, I need a whiteboard in here. Could just use cardboard. We could go Freiburger style, just use cardboard. It's fine with me. So, believe it or not, the front frame rails on this car and the front firewall and the front quarter panels and the whole front of the car is rusty. It's not rotted, which just is very weird to me. I have no idea why that's the case. It's just from the firewall back that's pretty roached. Guys, I honestly think this dude used this thing to tow boats. Somebody used this thing to tow like a boat around and then like backed this thing up into the ocean multiple times and then drove it around on salty roads. Because look, there's nothing there. There's nothing here. The rate of corrosion on the back of this car is not the same as the front. I've shown you guys the front. There's no rot up there. The frame rails are mint. They're brand new. They look great. They're just a little bit rusty. If I painted them up right now, you'd never know. Which is weird. That's very strange that the front of this car is fine. Now, it has rot on the torsion bar cross member, and the footwells. That's normally where these cars rust. That's all normal. It's just the back of this car is atrocious. I honestly think this car was like dipped in salt water or something. Or just driven through like a couple of like 15 years of nasty winters. But that's the thing. Why would the front be so mint? Why is the front okay? The front's fine. There's no Bondo or anything up there except, well, it was hit at one point, but that's another story. Metal fatigue not a concern? This is old US steel, dude. It's fine. I mean, we're gonna remove any fatigue that it had in it, dude, that's for sure. Just a thought, maybe do the other side wheel well set up like this side before you start on the quarters. Yeah, can't see me. I'm gonna, once I fix the inner wheelhouse here, we're doing this to the other side. Yeah, we'll do that to the other side. I'll get ready to hang both quarters at the same time. Yeah, I'll basically get these things as good as they can do. Actually, you know, Hellfish might be right. Might just buy the rockers first. You're doing an amazing job. Thanks, K2. Maybe they had a boat trailer with it and they backed up the boat into the water and then got the back of the car soaked. That's my guess, Dan. That's my guess, dude. The back of this car was roached. There was nothing here. Like, dude, I don't even know if there was a trailer hitch on this because where you would mount a trailer hitch on this car was gone. It was gone. There was nothing there. Like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I mean, I've seen worse cars, but, you know, worse cars have rust equal throughout the entire thing. Like I said, this thing is fine. There's nothing wrong with the front. I still don't understand this. The front looks like a California car, which is, that's very weird. Yeah, this thing, I don't get it. All the spots where these front frame rails normally rust are fine. Like, it's just very, very weird. Here, you know what, dudes? I've been talking about it. We're here. I'll show you what I mean. Let me move my paint booth. I'll just, real quick, I'll show you what I'm talking about. You don't give up and make solutions that would have stopped you. I'm persistent. I don't know what I'm doing here, K2, to be honest, but I'll figure it out. I'm a little confused by your tactics. I'm going to keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. So you guys want to see some stuff? Look at this. Check this out. What the actual frick? How is that so nice? This wasn't a Rust Belt car? Bro, this car was built for the Canadian market. I fished it. The guy that flipped it to me got it from a barn in New Hampshire. How, this car has been in the Northeast its whole life. How is that possible? How is this like this? This should not be like this. There should be nothing here. See, these things like to rust. Here, dude, you want to know? I'll put my money where my mouth is. Look. Let me get the screwdriver. Poking at stuff with a screwdriver is a good way to check for rust. You gotta be kidding me, dude. It's a little bit rusty right there. That's fine. That's nothing. It's just got a little bit of scale. Nothing. Even the control arm's okay. It's a little scaly once again, but look. Would I do this if I was concerned about rust here? Nothing. And the other one is the same way, dude. These things also like rusting up top right here. Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing. It's very weird, man. Dude, I don't understand. It makes no sense. Like I said, it makes no sense. How is that so good and this is so bad? The only thing that I can think of is that this thing was dipped in salt water. Somebody had a boat that they were dipping, they took this thing to the ocean and backed the boat into the water multiple times, and the back of this got all salty. But that's the only thing I can think of, because dude, look at that. That's mint. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still a little bit rusty, but for a 57-year-old car, or no, what is it, 69? It's 2025. 56, no. Yeah, a 56-year-old car. That's fine. It looks like a California car, man. It's ridiculous. But were there marks left by a tow hitch? Well, Tessa, it's funny you mentioned that. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, look at the rear bumper. The marks. That looks like you backed up into a trailer. Look at it. Look at the index. That looks like a the hitch, or the hat that goes on the hitch. Now that I'm really thinking about it, look. Does that not look? Is that not the exact shape of a trailer hitch? This was on the car when I got it, by the way. Dude, that's got to be it. It's got to be. It's got to be. That's got to be what happened here. I mean, and think about it, dude. If you were taking this car to tow your boat around, right, in the summertime, and then driving it in the wintertime, it's just going to get hit. The back of this thing, because those are the drive wheels, is going to get hit with salt basically 24/7, 365. Trailer tongue, that's what I mean. You know, Tessa, you reminded me. I forgot that bump was there. That's definitely a trailer tongue. That's what happened, dude. That's why the back of this car is a nightmare and the front's fine. You know, you said it, and you said, you know, would there be marks? And it clicked in my head. Yeah, absolutely. That was backed into a trailer. This guy was towing a boat around. Because think about it, dude. If this thing was towing something, right? It was towing a boat to the lake, and say maybe this was a guy's job. Maybe he was a fisherman or something. I don't freaking know, right? And he dipped this thing into water and then drove around on a salty road. All that water's gonna get up there, and salt's gonna get up there, and it's like just might as well pour acid on the damn thing. Could it also have been parked under a carport with a butt hanging out? That's my other theory, dude. The other theory is that the back of this car was hanging out of a carport. But yeah, I mean, dude, like, look at that. You got to be kidding me. You could still see the spot welds. And it's not even, dude, it's not undercoated or anything. Now the brake line, to be fair, I did do. I replaced the brake lines with stainless. Yeah, Sig, I don't understand. Do you guys salt roads over there in the wintertime, or do you use sand? Dude, that's got to be it, man. That's got to be it. It's got to be trailer damage. Somebody was towing with this thing, and that's why the back was so rusty. It had to have been a boat. That's the only way that explains everything here. Both? Yeah. You salt, Tessa? Interesting. Interdasting. Yeah. I still can't believe it. Like, look at, I mean, yeah, it's fine. That thing is totally okay. So yeah, that's what I mean. From the firewall forward, this car's fine. Sand it down and paint it, it'll look brand new. It's just it's a disaster from the firewall backwards. Oh, you're from the UK, you just use global warming. Smart. Todd, you lived in the States. In Illinois, they use salt. In Minnesota and North Dakota, they use sand. In Louisiana, they are not prepared for snow. That's right. Yeah, it's so strange that the front of this car is so mint. I'm kind of wondering, like, I hope there's not another patch job up there, but I mean, there might be pinholes in the quarters somewhere. I'm going to go ahead and guess. But yeah, front of this car is good to go. I ain't worried about that. And we'll buy, you know what we can also do? We could buy the reinforcement kit for it to strengthen the front end. And you can buy a reinforcement kit for the back. They make them. They're just expensive. Or we could just make one ourselves. Tow a boat with a boat. I mean, Chris, back in the day, you could tow with a car. Like, it's not something that we do nowadays, but you could. Huh. SFCs? What is that, Hellfish? What are you limiting that to? Subframe connectors. Oh. Oh yeah, do the subframe connectors. Yeah, we can do that. So guys, okay, quick change of plan. Not a change of plans, but quick thing. Fellas, so that the Isaacman vote is definitely going to happen today. The Senate just voted on it. We're going to need to do a big space news today. So I'm not entirely sure we should start KSP. Maybe we should just keep going with the car now that I'm really thinking about it. For 2K, Cortina 1300 for 2K. Nice, Sig. That's a nice car. 69 Lincoln Mark III for 7K with 40,000 miles. That's a really fair price for that mileage, but yeah, we should. I'm kind of thinking keep going. Once again, just because my original plan was to do car stuff, right? And we did car stuff, and I was going to go play Kerbal, but that Senate thing, the Senate roll call vote came in, right? And I don't want to play Kerbal for like a half hour because I know people are going to be asking me about this all day, so it might be better to just keep working. I might jog the YouTube VOD anyway, because the latter part of this car stream, we were talking about the Senate, which... Or we could just keep going. And then we could start up space news a little bit later. Yeah. Okay. I think that's good. I was going to play Beam tomorrow. I think the next 2 days we should play KSP. Thursday, Friday, KSP. If we work on a car now, I won't do it tomorrow and the day after, because what happens when we work on the car, we get into it and we keep going, which makes great progress for the car, but I also want to play KSP. It's kind of what I'm known for. So yeah, let's go with the car. You know what, dudes? Just on a quick side note, for 2026, I think I want to put car streams on Monday. Car streams on Monday is usually a good, I want to start doing that. It's a good way to get kind of back into it, and then, you know, Kerbal for the rest of the week. I wasn't around recently. Damn, have I been training? Training? No. No. I mean, I eat a lot of protein, dude. Meat and potatoes, man. All day. But no, I'm out of shape. I'm very out of shape, actually. You can get in shape, fatty. Yeah. We wear sleeves in this league, son. I'm in a shape, round. Yeah, no, I think what it is that you just, you guys just don't see me. You see me in front of the computer doing this all day. I mean, this is just kind of how I am. I mean, I have some dumbbells that I lift every once in a while, probably like once or twice a week, maybe, just to, you know, keep everything good. But remember, I played sports before I became a nerd, dude. This is nothing. I'm not in shape at all, dude. I probably can't even bench 200, dude. No chance. Come with me if you want to lift. Chilled, that's the thing. Americans, diet's freaking meat. Meat, protein. A lot of protein. You sound like you would be a hockey player. Hockey's actually like one of the one sports that I didn't play, dude. I played football, baseball, basketball, and ran in track and field. In track, I did high jump, long jump, triple jump, 100, 110 hurdles, 4x100 relay, and I think that's it. If you like track and field, you know what that means. If not, those are just numbers. Enjoy. Enjoy the numbers. My parents made me play sports because my parents are sports nuts. I am too, by osmosis, but no, I didn't do wrestling. You're huge for track. Dude, I used to be, I probably can't nowadays. I used to be pretty quick. I can run pretty fast, man. In high school, my PB was 12.9 in the 100. 12.9 seconds for 100 meters. That's pretty fast. I was pretty quick once upon a time. I probably could have gone faster, but video games, man, what are you going to do? Video games, man, what are you going to do? You guys know. You guys know the hustle. That's how it works, man. That's the way she goes, bud. How's the truck holding up? Dignified truck's doing okay. I have it in a covered portable garage. Yeah, I start it every weekend, actually, yeah. Out of curiosity, so I get sense of scale here, how tall are you? 6'4". That's 193 centimeters, dude. Here, let me, I can tell you how tall I am, or I can find something that everybody knows the size of and show that to you. A water bottle usually will do it. This is a 500 milliliter water bottle. That's usually a good measurement. I don't know, is there anything else? I'm sure I have something, but yeah. Yeah, dude, I'm a pretty big guy. Like, should have stuck with football, but then again, I might have brain damage at this point if I did. I definitely got a lot of concussions playing football. Definitely. But this was 25 years ago, you know. They gave you the smelling salt and they said, all right, get off the field. Next. And you sat on the bench for a second going, what the hell? And then you regain and you go back in. 6'4", 175. Oh, Rob, you can, yeah, there you go. What do you mean might? Yeah. Yeah, dude. I definitely got hit. There's some kid from the city that really rung my bell in a freaking playoff game one time. That was not fun. All right, well, let's keep going, dude. Let's keep going. If I'm gonna stop talking, we'll get back to work. All right, so if we're gonna keep going, let's get a 3D MRI of your brain to analyze. No, it's good. If you barf, it's bad. I never threw up. Never threw up, but I have gotten my bell rung. Getting a concussion is like... I did get concussed on stream one time where I dropped a drive shaft. I was putting the drive shaft in the 59 and I was trying to turn it to get it to fit in the slip yoke. And it slipped out of my hand and hit me right off the head. Oh yeah. That was fun. That hurt. That hurt a lot, dude. Thank God it wasn't on stream. The camera shot was on the drive shaft, so all you saw was it drop, but you definitely heard the bing that it made when it hit me off the melon. Nice, Clayton. There you go. You've dropped your transmission. Yeah, I didn't drop it on me, though. Oh, that's why EJ has more issues nowadays. Yeah, some days the old noodle just doesn't work as good. But it's fine. It's fine. I'll still build cool stuff in KSP and we'll go from there. But yeah, I got a lot of concussions growing up. That wasn't fun. But this thing, SVO, you seen this, man? This thing fits pretty damn good. The next step here, guys, would be to fix the wheel well. At least on this side. So what time is it? 1:38. Okay, we got plenty of time. Okay, your long lunch is over. Gonna get back to picking orders and prepping the whoa, Rob. Nice. Ugh. Oh God. We're 30 minutes into the 2-hour timer on Jared. We'll report back if anything interesting happens. All right, Trey, thank you. Breaking Twitch news, the new lead mod role has arrived. Ooh, cool. Cool beans. All right, let me get the camera reset then if we're going to keep doing this. So, all right. Oh, Mayor, geez. Ooh, farm, that's no good. All right, so here's what we're going to do then. If this is where we're at, we're going to have to take the wheelhouse off. the one that we just sat here and fitted for a very long time. This has to go forward more. Gotta be able to open the door. Okay, so all right. So we got to do the wheelhouse, and then I got to figure out how we got to patch that. That's all good. I don't know. Should we? Yeah. All right. Let's take the wheelhouse, the outer wheelhouse out. I took my progress pictures, so we good. We got to get the trunk extension off as well. It's all clamps all the way down. Man, I liked it when I just hanging the clamps on my damn braces. That was a lot nicer when I had the bracing on the outside of the car. So I could just hang them there, but we'll hang them on the inner braces now so I don't lose them. I hate drums. I despise them with every part of your being. Why? What's wrong with drums? Ain't nothing wrong with drums, dude. See, I don't want to put this thing entirely, like I don't want to burn it all the way in, like weld it in. Come on, there we go. I don't want to weld it all the way in because if we do, when we go to fit the quarter panel that's going to go right here, it's going to, oh, sorry, the light's being weird. If I do, when we go to fit the quarter panel, it could be in the wrong spot. I just want to be absolutely sure, so. Come on, stay on. Let's go. Sorry about the epilepsy going on here. Yeah, binary, we've seen it. Yeah, I will keep you guys updated with Jared Isaacman news. And if he does get confirmed, we're going to do a nice big old space news today. Space news should start at about 5 o'clock. That's about 3 hours from now, give or take. So that means I have 3 hours to repair this wheelhouse. Get that out, even though we just put it in. Get it out of there. I'm gonna put the wheelhouse on my gas tank. That's a good place for it. Ain't he the only candidate left anyway? Yeah, I think he'll get it, Sig. So yeah, we bang this bad boy into position now. That's good. Now, I want to try and see the part.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's having trouble button up against it right there. Now this thing is freaking out. I don't know if you guys can see the light getting all weird. All right, so we have some parts that we need to replace over here. That part shouldn't be too hard. The flange right here could probably do with a good cleaning. And then there's just some parts right here that, you know, we could probably go over with the flap disc and clean it just so we can get that quarter panel or the wheelhouse butted up against it all nice. Probably hit it with a flap disc and yeah, just give it a nice once over and stuff. There's a burr right there. Oh, where's my metal bender 5000?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Who was that? Postal, what's up, man? But yeah, anyway, guys, I'm glad you guys like this stuff. This is, I've never done this before, but I'd like to get into it. It is a good time. There, I bent that back. This is one of the most, this freaking combination wrenches to just bend stuff into place is becoming one of the most useful things from this entire freaking project. All right. There's still a couple of burrs there, but I think what we should really do, so I said we're going to replace this, but what we really should do is just look in here and figure out how this all kind of comes together.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
See, that is the big nightmare spot right there. And then over here, we just have some quick stuff that we gotta, just a little patch panel right there. And then down here, that's not too bad. This piece kind of angles down a little bit. I got most of that edge, but it might be better to just cut a new one. I mean, just zip all of this out, you know. Other than that, so this repair isn't going to be too bad. That one's not going to be bad. This metal edge came off mostly because I missed a couple of spot welds, so it would have been nice to keep that intact, but that's on me. And then once again, on this wheelhouse, that is
Discovery,
that's
go
the
at throttle
problem
up.
area right there. Hey Jasper, 69-month resub. Does the other side have it to copy? Yes, it does, Mutter. Yeah. So I was saying that the front of the other one is fine and the back of the other one is not, which is very weird. But yeah, here I'll show you. Let me back out here and let me change the camera. Look, so this is the other side. It is also very rusty. All I know is the crew cab charge is going to be awesome when it's done. Thanks, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you for putting faith in me. I appreciate it. So let's take a peek. What do we got here? Oh, look, it laps. Look, it overlaps the wheelhouse. See that? It overlaps the outer wheelhouse right there. Okay, that's good to know. How's the inner rocker looking here? Inner rocker is actually good on this side. It's just this that's all. This is going to suck, dude. That's going to be really hard to replace. How's the door jamb looking on this side? Well, there's more of it, that's for sure. There is more door jamb here. But this is still, see the rocker's still caca. This is no good. That's part of the wheelhouse. I got to use this as reference for the other side. Yeah. Yep. 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 Well, there's more car on this side, dudes. So that's good. There's more car over here than the other side. That's nice. But yeah, Mutter, it looks like it goes down and laps over. But I'll show you. If you look up in here, see the back of this one is way shot comparatively. But it's pretty intact, but from about here back, it's no good. You can see the trunk pan that we put in. Like you can put your finger through there. That's not great. So we're gonna have to fix all that. You know what we could do? I can make a cardboard template, right? From what's left of the other side, right? And then make the patch panel over there. And then if we cut this part out in the same spot, we could make the patch for this side too. Just take the cardboard template and flip it. Am I thinking about that right? Because we got a lot of intact quarter over here. But we don't have all of it. So we could make the same piece. Make the same piece twice and then bend one way and bend one the other way. It's actually not a bad idea. And then I could do the same over there. That has some reference. That has some reference that we can use. The car, yeah, of course. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Let's I'm looking at the other side here. Just set your metal roll up and do some practice with the material that you got. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just thinking about the cardboard template is not bad. I'm just thinking about how much of this we need to cut. On this side, on the other side, it's gonna. On this side, guys, it's. Yeah, that's gonna suck. That's gonna suck a lot. It looks like the rocker panel, the inner rocker is butting up to it. Right? That's what's going on. I need to think about this for a second. The cardboard template is not a bad idea. If we just make the same template. Between the two, I can make one good one. And then if I make one, right, and we bend it this way, right, for this, right, we make a template off of this, right, I just flip it around. It's paper. You just take the paper, it's bending this way, and you flip it around and you bend it the other way. That should work. I just got to figure out how much of each panel we're going to need to grind off. That way I could just make the same piece twice and then just bend one in one direction and bend one in the other direction. But once again, we got to make sure there's no flanges up there as well. I fixed my coffee machine, by the way. I'm gonna make myself some coffee out here. I don't know if I have any coffee cups. Hold on. Ah, yes. Yes, we do. Give me 1 sec. Nice. 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 Layered up aluminum foil. I was going to use construction paper, dude. This thing was working yesterday. Come on, coffee machine. Huh. Did you guys hear that? Warhammer, the Isaacman votes today. I had to change the schedule around. It's dead, Jim. So that's a no. No, I am not playing Kerbal today. But I will play Kerbal Thursday, Friday. I had to shift the schedule around, dude. I was working on the car, and then the Senate vote came through, right? And I figure if the Isaacman Senate vote is today, dude, we're going to need to do a bigger space news. So we'll do a bigger space news, right? I was going to play Beam tomorrow. I'm not going to play Beam tomorrow. Thursday, Friday, we play Kerbal. We play KSP. Don't worry. Come the new year, I'm going to adapt my schedule around to make more room for Kerbal. I feel that I'm playing everything but KSP lately, and I don't like it. Dead, no lights on it? Nope. Power light is not shining. I was going to make some coffee and think about this, but I didn't want to. Hold on. Does the power work at all? Let me unplug it and plug it back in a second. See if that does anything. When is the vote? Should be soon. So yeah, Warhammer, that's what's going on. Is that okay? All right, chilled. See you, man. You know, it won't break a vintage coffee machine from the 80s or earlier. You bet. Double check the power cord. It's fine. It's fine. I got a fire extinguisher if it pops. Don't worry about that. You don't need to worry about your coffee machine catching on fire. Nope. Inoperable. Completely inop. It's dead, Jim. Nothing. No power. She just croaked. That was ridiculous, dude. It like voided itself. It was like, and then a bunch of smoke came out. I'm not even kidding, dude. I wish I had that on camera. Was that the new one? No, I got this one. I got this one working yesterday. It did not work today, though. It did not like that. But yeah, that thing's like very broken. Interesting. That's all right. It was already broken. I got it. It worked yesterday. Didn't work today. Okay, so now that I can't think about that, I don't have any thinking juice. I'll put the mug back in here so it doesn't get messed up. And if we're going to be in the shop for a little bit, I will fire up the leg burner. All right, let me get some construction paper and we'll cut this out. Go for main engine start. You know, I want to save this water. Hold on. I used filtered water for this, so I'm gonna save it. Didn't spill a drop. Now that's what winning looks like. Part 1 of fixing the coffee machine. Yeah, right. All right. Let me get the other. Okay, let me think. All right, so we got to make a datum for the paper and how the paper comes together. Now that thing on the other side, like I said, it laps over. So on the left, right here, is what's left of your outer wheelhouse. Right here, it's very gone. Yeah, but see, this kind of L's over and then back. Actually, I don't think it goes back at all. I think that's how that is all the way down to the bottom. Okay. Okay. Guys, I think the right thing to do would be to get the wire wheel out and clean all this off, just so we can see, because the undercoat is on that. It looks like it goes all the way down. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll do that. Let me get the respirator and everything on. We're just gonna grind off the bottom, not grind it off, I'm gonna clean off the surface. We're not gonna change, hopefully we don't change any of the metal. I'm gonna clean off that left side, and then I'll use that to make a template for the right side. Because it looks like the metal that laps over the outer wheelhouse goes all the way down to the bottom, but it's not gonna do that on that one because it's rusted, you know? Looks like someone didn't get the true coat. Yeah, I know, right? Dude, I don't know what that undercoating is made out of, so I'm putting this on. One hour till the debate is over. Cool. Where's my cutoff wheel? So this cutoff wheel is not going to be good for cleaning that surface. So I got to put a wire wheel on it. Okay, let me switch to the other camera and we'll go in here and clean this sucker off. Now, once again, fellas, this the wire wheel or the angle grinder gets pretty loud. So headphone users, just be advised. Okay, here we go. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. Yep, time for nuts. Surprise! We found a lot of rust. Damn, dude. Oh, come on. What's with you, man? Come on. I can't believe you fell for the oldest trick in the book. Oh, look at that. You fell for that too. I can't believe it, man. Okay. Yeah, there's more rust. There's a lot more rust. That's good. Great. Lovely. You know, that's just what I needed. More rust. Ah, yeah, that's great. Lovely.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Beer Master, you're doing great work on this car. Keep at it. Thanks, man. Well, yeah, that's not good. But that should give us enough to work with, you know? We should have enough to at least make a template. The edges of this are fine. And I actually learned something. The bottom of this rocker is actually right here. It's actually bent up. And there's spot welds. You can see them right there. And there's even a seam weld right there from the factory to keep this all together. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is pretty dang solid. But yeah, that sucks. This is, yeah. So it looks like the rockers. Okay. All right. So the inner rocker is right here. Here, I'll draw it for you guys. Hold on. How this all comes together. No Bondo though. Yeah, it's all metal. That's a good point. Yeah, it's going to take a while, Zintaus, for sure. Repairing this side is going to be, yeah, that's going to suck. I think, yeah, the double template thing is going to really help me because that is going to suck to put back together. What I'm really trying to figure out, and because it was tough because there wasn't anything on the other side, is, so how does, look, all right, I got my paint pen out. The inner rocker panel's right here, okay? And then you have a mid plate right here, okay? The bottom of the outer rocker goes like this. And then the inner rocker goes up like that, right? So you have a mid plate that's on the seam. Where is it? I don't see it through that gap. It's not there, which means it's probably rusty. So if you guys see that square? That is your frame rail for the center of the car. I have a frame rail over there. Right, the frame rail's over there for the back of the car, but for the center of the car, see this shape? And then the outer rocker over here, like it goes all the way over here and it forms a frame rail when all three of these pieces are together. Actually, the rocker probably does this. The inner rocker probably goes that way. It probably doesn't go that way. By probably, I mean it doesn't. So, we have the inner rocker butted up against us here. So, it looks like there's a spot weld right here, and then another spot weld right here, which means there's a tab right here. So, the inner rocker comes back, and then it bends. If I feel back here, there's definitely a seam. So we know that that goes back like that. This is the IR, inner rocker. There's a flange right there. Down here, there's a tab that goes up like that from the bottom of the outer rocker. So this pinch weld right here is where the inner and the outer rocker are attached. The reason why it's called a pinch weld is because they use a spot welder and they pinched it. So the outer rocker is this way, inner rocker is that way. So the inner rocker, like I said, it kind of goes up here and goes over there like that. The outer rocker is basically what you see on the outside of the car. It's that. So this piece is, the bottom of the outer rocker bends up. You can see it right there. It bends up. And there's a hole right there. And then there's a bunch of rust right here. And then, like I said, they seamed it right there. That wasn't on the other side of the car. See that thing? That wasn't there. Huh. Interesting. So I'm thinking make a template that goes over here and then goes down. Basically this shape. But on the other side, the inner rocker, that flange is gone, and there's no way that that flange is there on the outer rocker either. And this lapping plate right there that laps onto the outer wheelhouse right here is also gone. So Cleaning off this side and doing that that's good reference. Can you guys see any of the freaking marks that I made? Yeah. Yeah, so see this line right here? That's gonna be the template. I don't understand. Draw you a diagram. All right, let me get some CAD. CAD board. So I have some construction paper here, and I'm gonna get some construction paper. I need some scissors, some skeezers, and we'll cut this sucker out. Sharp, you dickhead. Okay. Need a Venn diagram to help? So I'm going to line this edge right here with the lapping joint, and then this edge with the bottom of the rocker right there. So what we do is that right there. If you have dirty fingers, you can make the freaking diagram by just running your fingers over the metal. All right, cool. That should be good enough. Now, I'll go back over here. So I got kind of what I want here. This is where the lapping joint starts, and then obviously you have the curvature right there. So what I'm gonna do is just cut a line this way and cut a line that way, and that gives you the piece. Make sure the cuts are straight. There you go. This is the piece. That should get a patch. Let me just... There we go. I just put some arrows right there for centering so I know where it goes. Now, let's go see if our piece fits. How's that? Looks pretty good. Cool. Now let's take it on the other side.
Discovery.
Hey,
go
Drew's
at
ends,
throttle up.
22 months. Thanks, dude. All right, so that's the piece that goes on this side. So if we just flip this around and we line up our edge, that's the piece that needs to be made. The thing about this is the lapping joint. How are we going to do that and get the wheelhouse back in? Because I can't go at it this way because the door jamb is in the way. So how are we going to do it? It might be better to just seam this thing. We could just seam weld it. That would make it super strong. But the flip side of this is that if you look, there's a bunch of metal shavings on the ground. Look, see the rocker? The rocker is flanged right there, and then it steps up and over. Yep. Oof. And then you could see what was left of the flanges here. So the inner rocker flanges that way. There's a tab on the end, you can see it. We're gonna have to repair all that before we do this. There's the centerpiece. That's long gone. Wow, that's bad. And then this is what's left of the outer rocker. The outer rocker should look like this, dudes. It should do something like that. It's very gone. So our template is good, but yeah, pretty much lines up. Note how the lapping joint lines up with the top of the outer rocker right there. See that? That's actually a good indicator of where this thing needs to live. If I just line it up there, line it up with that step. Yep. Okay. How is this doing? That's pretty pitted. We're gonna need to cut all this out. So this stuff here, guys, we probably want, for this part on both sides, we probably want the rockers before we do this because of the flanges. The flanges that this thing butts up against right here like that. So we're probably gonna wait on patching that just yet. So that just leaves the back wheelhouses. That just leaves the back of these to get right. All right. So the trunk pan starts here, then we got to go down. But like, see this side, most of this side is intact, which is good. And then it gives us that profile edge down here. This side, I don't think we need to patch it too much. I mean, I could cut it out. We could just cut it and go. But this is all fine. This metal is good. There's obviously a problem spot right there. Other than that, though, but we can still, I mean, we still use this to make the template. Yeah. Yeah. So what do you guys want to do? Want to cut out and repair the inner rocker here? We could do the backs of the wheelhouse. I'm actually kind of thinking that probably is a good idea. Yeah, I think this is why I wanted the coffee. I think that'll work. Fellas, I'm almost thinking just cut both sides out. I mean, this, we could use this to get our profile, right? To get the curve that we need for the part, but just cut both the damn sides out and just replace the same thing on either side. I don't know, what do you think? I mean, we already knew that this was turning into the car of Theseus, right? Like, we already knew that. Placing two identical parts sounds easier. That's what I'm thinking, man. The problem is that this isn't too bad, like, but, you know, at the same time, if I'm gonna make the template to replace that one side, I mean, yeah, we're cutting more metal out of this, but it's doing the same thing twice, which, right? Like, yeah, I got a leg burner over there. Yeah. Car surgery with Dr. EJ. right, let me get a piece of poster board then. Fire. I don't want to get DMCA'd. So I originally used this piece of paper to try and make frame rail cutouts, but that diagram was no good. So we can use this for this. Ain't no thing. All right, so how are we gonna do this? I'm trying to get it so it covers the whole, this is the line that I'm after here. I want it to cover the whole thing. Ow. Ow. Come on. Oh man, that's gonna be tough to CAD that thing, man. How the hell are we gonna do that? It's just the wheelhouse shape is getting a little bit strange. So if we line that up, if we just did down here, that's actually not too bad. Yeah, see the paper just, the way this folds over, it gets a little funky. But, like, don't get me wrong, guys. This is not going to be the whole piece here, you know. Oh, no, stop it. Stay there. Dill hole. You damn butt dumpling. Stay. Okay. It's an 8 1/4. All right. Vote is happening right now. Okay. The vote for Jared Isaacman. Okay.
Critical importance to
Hold on.
many Kansans, including those in agriculture. NASA's
All right, let me
Earth
shut the
Science
jet
Division
jet burner
for
off.
supporting Kansas agriculture producers. I was pleased that Mr. Isaacman shares my view that NASA must remain steadfast in its commitment to science. I want to thank Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy for his leadership of the agency as acting administrator over the past several months.
Don't thank him.
Confirming now Mr. Isaacman as the next permanent administrator for NASA will equip our space agency for success. I will be voting yes on Mr. Isaacman's nomination, and I urge my colleagues
we would
to
want
do
a
the
yes
same.
here.
I yield the floor. Debate on the nomination.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, the question occurs on the
Ask for the ayes and nays.
nomination.
Ask
Is
for
there
the
a
ayes and
sufficient
nays.
second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Ossobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks.
Ed Baldwin.
Thank
Wait,
you.
Ed Baldwin's the Senate? I'm just kidding. All right, here we go. 15 minutes, tally it up.
Barrasso. Mr. Bennett.
Ted Cruz right there, center, middle.
Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman.
Bio, you won't vote because as a non-American, that would be fraud.
Mrs. Britt.
Dude, we can't even vote in this. Senators
Budd.
represent state matters.
Ms. Cantwell.
They're represent.
Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy.
The Senate is state
Ms.
representation.
Collins.
House of Representatives
Coons.
is citizen representation. So we can't vote in this even if we wanted to.
Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto.
You could be a
Mr.
senator if you
Cotton.
tried. Well, yeah, I mean, well, that's not true, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
Mr. Kramer.
Unless you wanted to emigrate here.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz.
No,
Mr.
no,
Curtis.
that's the representatives. But I mean, they all kind of do at this point, but yeah, I mean.
Mr. Daines.
They're good ones, you just don't hear about them.
Ms. Duckworth.
That's how you know they're doing their job, and you don't hear about it.
Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst.
Sure, Bio.
Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Thank you. Mrs. Gillibrand.
Bernie's the only one you
Graham.
know of. You've heard
Mr.
names of these
Grassley.
folks before, Tessa.
Mr. Haggerty.
Bernie was
Ms.
there,
Hassan.
for what it's worth.
Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper.
I haven't seen it yet,
Ms.
April, but
Serrano.
we'll watch that for Space News.
Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson.
Oh.
Mr. Justice.
Yeah, Tessa, yeah.
Mr. Kane.
Ah,
Mr.
sorry.
Kelly.
Yeah, I got you.
Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kem. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski.
Look at all the interns right here.
Mr. Murphy.
The interns.
Mrs. Murray.
How can they vote
Mr. Ossoff.
remote?
Mr. Padilla.
They can vote remotely. I don't like
Mr.
that,
Paul.
but they can.
Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed.
That's the template.
Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders.
This is the roll call,
Schatz.
guys.
Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin.
Slotkin.
Ms. Smith.
Go back to the golf course and work
Mr.
on
Sullivan.
your putts.
Mr. Thune.
You know,
Mr.
I'll have to bill you
Tillis.
for this.
Mr. Tuberville.
I'm going to give you back your old
Mr. Van
nose.
Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren.
But I would want
Welch.
Jared Isaacman to be NASA administrator, yes. I think that would be a good idea.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker.
Is it a perfect solution? No, but it's a
Mr.
pretty
Wyden.
good one.
Mr. Young.
These aren't representatives, Bio. These are senators. Senators, okay. A little bit of a civics lesson again, dudes. Bear with me. This is all going into part 41 of the Coronet vid. Should probably start Space News soon, but. So Bio, how our system works, we have senators and representatives at the federal level. They make up the upper and lower house of the legislative branch of the U.S.
Senators voting in the affirmative. Banks. Budd.
Hold
Cantwell.
on.
Cassidy.
These are
Cornyn,
representing states, not
Cruz,
people.
Graham,
That's what the House of Representatives
Husted,
does.
Hyde-Smith, Kim, Marshall, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schiff, Scott of Florida, and Thune. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, and Welch.
That's not a lot. Come on, baby. States vote for senators.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
Senators used to be appointed by the governor, and then we changed that we vote for them, which
Mr. Marino, aye.
I don't know how to, I don't know really how to feel about that. That's a little strange. I'd actually kind of prefer if the governor appointed senators and senators weren't up for re-election and senators had term limits, which was the original way that it was. I don't know, that just seems better in my mind. Now, it would be good if the legislature from each state voted for a senator. I think that would be good, like how you would be voting for a NASA administrator. I think that's a good idea. But having the citizens directly vote for senators, I don't know, man. That just seems a little bit strange to me, because you already do that with representation, with your House of Representatives.
Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye.
Yeah, exactly, Gecko. That makes more sense in my mind, because senators
White House
represent the
now.
state. So you'd want two senators there that are aligned with your governor. Because if you have a governor, say you elect a governor of your state that is the other party that you're not, right? And then the people vote for two senators that are of the opposite, of the same party, right?
Mrs. Capito,
That's just,
aye.
you're asking for not, like, just more crap, right? I don't know. It just, that's how it was originally envisioned. It was originally envisioned to have the governor do it, or have it a member of a governor's cabinet, which I think that makes more sense in my mind. But what do I know, dude? I just work on cars and play Kerbal.
Mr. McCormick, aye.
No term
Mrs.
limits on
Gillibrand.
senators. Excuse me, I said that
Aye.
wrong. It's representatives that have them. They're on a 6-year. Representatives in the House of Representatives are on a 6-year term limit, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, Bio, I understand that. That's why I explain things. I just try to explain civics. You know, it's interesting to see it, and it does carry a heavy hand in, like, the world. You know. Neither the House nor Senate have term limits. Which one is a 6-year?
Tuberville, aye.
Who's on a 6-year term? What the hell? Where am I remembering that from?
Bozeman, aye. Mr. Kramer,
The tired
Aye.
interns make me laugh.
Discovery,
Senate is 6
go at
years?
throttle up.
That's what I said originally, and someone said I was wrong.
Mr. Merkley, no.
I'm super confused now. You guys are confusing me. My name is
Mr.
Jeff.
Wicker, aye.
97 months. Thank you. Senators have 6 years a term. There are no term limits in the representatives. You said term limits, which is different from how long they're in office. Oh,
Discovery,
blow it,
go at
swear
throttle up, go
out
at
your
throttle up.
tailpipe, dude. Piss off. You know what I was saying. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Hermanos. Dude, you got your worm logo. That's a 60-monther. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye.
Your tailpipe is secure. Jesus, man. Oh my God, dude. I'm not reading that. Yeah, I said term limits. I meant cycles. Excuse me. It's a 6-year. It's a 6-year term, not
Discovery,
term limit,
go at
but it's a
throttle up.
6-year term for a senator. I did have that right. Oh, there's. Speaking of that, there's a senator from my state.
Mr. Markey.
Gee,
No.
yeah, didn't see that one coming.
Ms. Hassan.
Thanks, Ed. Keep up the bad
Aye.
work, dude.
Mr. Murphy, no.
Ed Markey,
Cross off
Mark
now.
Markey, and the Funky Punch. So 37-10 right now. There's 100 senators in the United States Senate.
Mr. Heinrich, aye.
You have a junior and a senior senator from every state.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There's the ping for that. You have a junior and a senior senator from every state. Ed Markey is the junior senator from Massachusetts. Elizabeth Warren is the senior. I don't know if she's there. She might be there. The idea okay, so more civics. The idea behind having 2 senators is that someone's always going to be in D.C. There's going to be a senator at home and then a senator in D.C. That's the whole idea. So, because traveling takes time, so it's better to have 2 senators than 1. Once again, senators represent they're representatives of every one of the 50 states, right? At the federal government level. That's what a senator does. They are representing the governor of every state. So like the governor of Massachusetts, for example, is Maura Healey. Ed Markey and Elizabeth Warren are carrying out that's the governor's representation,
Ms.
basically.
Blunt Rochester, no.
And I represent the Kerbals. Yep. Do senior senators have more importance, or it's just by name? I think with a senior senator position, Trey, you get on different committees. I think. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure on that. Please have age limits. I don't know, dudes. I mean, age limits seem like that would be good, but you don't.
Ms. Warren, no.
You don't change the system when it's convenient for you, you know what I mean? That could have repercussions, like the repercussions that we're in with our space program, for instance.
Ms. Blackburn, aye.
I'm not saying in favor or not in favor for what it's worth, guys. It's just, yeah, that could have implications, you know what I mean? And once again, guys, I'm not trying to grind any political axe. I'm just telling you how the system works. If you don't like how the system works, that's on you, bros. You also got a better choice of where you want your office as a senior senator. Nice. Yeah, all good. So once
Mr.
again,
Schmidt, aye.
there's 50 senators, 2 from every state. There's 50 states, so we have 100 senators. This is looking overwhelmingly, 40-12 is pretty damn good for a Senate vote. These are usually very close. They're usually close. Jim's was very close.
Mr. Paul, aye.
$51 is the threshold. Yeah, baby. Freaking coffee machine smell. The coffee machine broke and it smells like coffee, so I keep smelling coffee, and now I want coffee, but I can't have coffee, which is annoying.
Mr. Curtis, aye.
Okay. 8 more, guys, and we're there.
Mr. Lujan? No.
Bah! Yeah, guys, I will tell
Mr.
you,
Peters, no.
Amanda, that's probably a good thing to,
Mr. Crapo, aye.
Okay, 43. It's probably a good thing to bring up. 43 to 14 is
Mr. Sheehy, aye.
That is, oh yeah, of course, yeah, she voted aye. That's Jared Isaacman. He's Jared Isaacman's boy. He's a senator from Montana. So 44 to 14 is what it is right now. That is an insanely good majority for the Senate. So like I said, I like to give Ed Markey crap because I can give him crap because he's my senator. But whatever. Like, I don't know what else he does. I don't pay attention, to be honest with you. I'm sorry. Probably should. But I do like busting his balls because I'm from Boston. I'm not going to not do that. Side note, though, 44 to 14 is what it is now. That's insanely good for the Senate.
Mr. Warnock.
You oftentimes get people voting upon down party lines, and there's a two-party system, so if you vote down party lines, it tends to be 50-50. So usually Senate votes pass by like 1 to 2 votes, guys. We have a 30-vote margin right now. Yeah, that's pretty good. What does that mean? That means that the majority of the Senate is on board with this, which is great. That's really good for us. That's especially good if Jared tries to go do something at NASA, right? If he tries to,
Mrs. Shaheen.
block by SLS, for
Aye.
instance. That's just something that pops into my head. If he's trying to do something like that, you have the Senate. The Senate will back you up because most of the people voted for you. Have the NASA administrator
Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schumer, no.
Yeah, big surprise. Having the majority of the Senate, almost 2/3 majority of the Senate behind your back is going to make it easy for him to change things at NASA. It's not that he's going to, but we could see some real change. That's what I mean about that vote. That is a huge margin. And that just shows two things. Like I said, one, it'll make it so we could really get you could get some stuff done at NASA, and two, that NASA is a nonpartisan issue. You know what I mean? I think that's really important to understand. The vast majority of Americans are on board with this stuff. Yeah, exactly, Joe. That's another interesting point. Does he need a majority? 51 is what we're looking for, dudes. Now, once again, I know I'm working on the car too, but this is a very important thing for spaceflight, and I love spaceflight. That's my big thing. So if you're coming in looking at the car work is getting done pretty well. I just wanted to see this real fast. Yeah, Edman, I know that's why I picked up what you were saying, dude. That's why I explained it the way that I did, dude. That's what you were trying to say. I got you. I got your back, man. How fast can the president sign him in? It's not the president that does that, dude. Resi, once he gets this tomorrow, once if the Senate approves him, we need 5 more votes, 5 more yays. If the Senate approves him, he's got it. He can walk into NASA's front door tomorrow. Jared is in D.C. Mm-hmm. What kind of coffee machine do I want? Just a Keurig, dude. A Keurig is fine. Something that's particularly bio. I'm going to need something that can get the crap beaten out of it because it is in the shop. It gets covered in crap. Come on, baby. Come on. 5 more. Yo, that intern's got a sweet fro. You see that? He's throwing it up on the Senate floor. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, the VP. Yeah, that's right. The VP swears him in. But Resi, the point that I was trying to make is that this is going to happen pretty expediently. It's going to go quick. Sorry, I didn't say it exactly right. Excuse me. I'm trying to be very careful with my words, Because, once again, Fellas, if you're here, you're watching the stream, thank you. You guys are watching this for the same reason that I'm watching it. Space. Some of us might disagree on stuff, and that's totally cool.
Ms. Collins,
Remember,
aye.
that's the whole idea. That's the whole point. But I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers, you know what I mean? The VP is the president of the Senate. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. There you go, man, all right? Well, Sam, Project Athena, keep in mind, Project Athena is a tentative document. That was just his plans as of February. But Jared himself has said that his plans will change. Those are his plans at the time. As new information is learned, his plans will change. So we went through the entirety of Project Athena on stream a couple weeks ago. I really don't think he's going to do a lot of that stuff. Some of it would be really nice, but once again, he's doing the same thing that I would do if I was NASA administrator. I would go in there and I would just kind of, I'd have ideas about what I want to do, but I would be very careful about getting rid of stuff. The vice president has been seriously pushing for him. Honestly, guys, he's. I will say this once, I'll say it again about Jared Isaacman. When they first announced his nomination for the first time, not the second time, when they announced it for the first time, that's a ballsy freaking move.
Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye.
There we go. 49. That was a ballsy move. I would have never expected him wanting to be a NASA administrator, but here we are, dude. And I hope he'll really do good work. I think he will. 2 more, dudes. 2 more, and we got this. Just a quick side note. I enjoy explaining this stuff sitting in the shop, teaching you guys about space and civics and stuff. I'm having a good time. I hope you guys are too. Keurig K Mini to your P.O. box it is. You dill hole. I mean, coffee machine's a tool bio, so yeah, no, thank you. I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate you.
Mr. Gallego, aye.
Yes. 1 more. I have a jet heater in here, Sam. It's actually, I turned it off so we could hear. How cold does it get into the garage? Pretty damn cold. Is it cold right now? No. Probably like 60 degrees in here.
Mr. Langford, aye.
Yeah!
Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Baldwin.
Yes!
Aye.
Victory is ours! Oh, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dude, that's so good, man. Oh,
Discovery,
that's
go at
mint.
throttle up.
Nice repairing. Fuck! 129-month resub. Time for a rookie NASA administrator. Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh. Time to go to Moon and Mars. Let's freaking go, dude. Oh, that's so sick.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Mrs.
Dude,
Bruno. No, Mrs. Murray. No.
This is
space. I'm in space.
Big G's with an 11-month.
This is space.
Hey,
I'm in space.
You gifted 10. Yeah. Yeah. Outdoorsman, you just shotgunned an energy drink? Why are we doing that? It's probably not good for you. Oh, man. Dude, fellas, I had a good idea based off the Commerce, Justice, and Science Committee meeting that he's probably going to get this, but dude, that's it. That's Holy crap, this feels great. Some freaking good news, man. Am I right?
Mr. Kelly. Aye.
My boy! There he is.
Ms. Smith. No. Mrs. Moody.
Astronaut just voted for him.
Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Mr. Daines. Aye.
Space is for everybody, Fluffy. It's something we all want. Let's not kid ourselves here, man. That was an astronaut that just walked away, dude. Just saying, guy flew the space shuttle. Pretty cool. That's good, Phil. What's the minimum yay? 51, Zizep. We got this, dude. We're in the bag. It's in the bag, man. 56 to 21. That's a gigantic Senate majority. That's really good. That's really good. That's a big deal. That's a big deal, dudes.
Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Fetterman. Aye.
Why is he the right guy for the job?
This is space. I'm in space.
Psycho Harry. Hey. Fluffy gifted 5. Thank you. So why is Rook the right guy for the job? All right, here's a big thing. So Jared Isaacman, amongst other things, he's been to space 2 times. He flew the first commercial mission ever into space a couple years ago, and then did the first commercial extravehicular.
Mr. Kennedy. Aye.
The first extravehicular activity ever. Now, don't get me wrong. There are astronauts. So, like, why is an astronaut an NASA administrator? Jared Isaacman has also run multiple businesses, one of them making him a billionaire. The guy knows how to run a business. And now, I'm not saying that NASA needs to be run like a business, or not that it should be run like a business, but he's good at management. He's good at management. He's a little bit lacking on the political side of things, but he'll learn. It's fine. The guy's a huge advocate for space. And
Mr. Bennett.
The guy's a huge advocate for
No.
space. He's a gigantic supporter of a proponent of making NASA like a crown jewel in the USA's cap. Like, he really, like, I don't want to say like a NASA supremacist, but like, that's probably not the right words, but that's the gist of it, dude. He'll do good, I'm pretty sure. Could the president fire him? Yes. Yeah, he plays Ace Combat in real life. Yep. I'll check back. I'm not feeling good. Outdoorsman, dude, why did you shotgun an energy drink? Why would you do that to yourself? You know how bad that is for you? What are some of the arguments against Isaacman?
Mr. Padilla. No.
Okay, so this is not necessarily what I think. I'm not going to lie. I think he'll do better, more than worse, 95. But some of the arguments is that he wants to really defund a lot of NASA facilities, get rid of obsolete facilities, get rid of older staff. NASA needs more young people in there, more young people getting stuff done because young people want to do it, kind of like what SpaceX does. And that means getting rid of a lot of people, taking voluntary retirement for a lot of employees and shutting down certain centers. I don't know which ones. It's all tentative. We don't know for sure. But that would mean getting rid of a lot of facilities that could potentially give good scientific returns in the future. Now, 95, that's all maybe. We don't know that for sure. Yeah, we don't know that for sure, but
Mr. Warner. Aye.
that would be a negative. Like, he's looking to defund a lot of NASA facilities potentially. We don't know for sure. He could start as early as tomorrow, Zizep. Yeah, they're getting ready to have him in NASA HQ, according to NASA chat.
Mr. McConnell. Aye.
How's he different than Jim Bridenstine? Not that Jim wasn't oriented about the mission. Jim was pretty damn good. Rook is, I think he's very ideologically motivated to make NASA amazing, like, and have them at the forefront of technology, have them, you know, not be eclipsed by commercial, right? And have them being at the cutting edge of like spaceflight technology.
Mr. Hawley.
He's very ideologically
Aye.
motivated.
Mr. Sanders, no.
Big surprise. Amazon is not recognizing the P.O. box address. Oh, crap. It's because I have to renew the P.O. box, dude, because it's
Mr.
the end
Booker.
of the year. Give me a
Mr.
week.
Booker.
Bree and I are going to do that this weekend.
No.
From the company chat, America's space future just went from government sloth to warp speed. Show us the vote. 63 to 25.
Mr. Young, aye.
Is that Mark Kelly over there? It is. Mark Kelly's talking to Bernie
Mr. Wyden.
Sanders over there.
Mr. Wyden, no.
Huh. Yo, he's on a roll, dude. You see him point? Let me point. Bernie voted no, Muppet, yes.
Mr. King, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Miss Alsobrooks, no.
Huh. That should be right, Bio. That's very strange. Yeah, Bernie Sanders is talking with Mark Kelly over there. So that guy right there, he commanded multiple space shuttle missions, dudes. This guy has not done that. I'm not going to say anything else. Yeah, he's been to space. Mark's been to space multiple times.
Mr. Van Hollen, no.
So Rob, this is a final Senate vote for Isaacman, man. For Jared Isaacman to become NASA administrator. That's the last vote. Look at the freaking margins there, dude. That is an insane majority. That's crazy good. Scott Kelly did 1 year in space, Taco. Yeah.
Mr. Justice, aye.
You can check the screenshot and give you a go, no go. That's fine. Send it, Bio. Not a fan of it, but yeah, Muppet. I'm not here to say who did what and who did, like what the politics are. I don't like getting into the weeds like that. I'm just here to explain who's who. Yeah, but he did vote for Isaacman, which is great. That's what I mean. Once again, everybody likes NASA, especially the guy that's flown into space. He likes NASA. Right? Am I right? No, it's all good, brother. It's all good. I'm just asking, don't weigh in unless you absolutely feel the need to. But yeah, man. Everybody likes NASA. You don't own space. NASA does.
Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
I'm gonna go get the papers. Yeah, Hickenlooper. Yeah, we didn't see that one coming. He's a Larry David impersonator. Brother. Brother. All right. 4 more, dudes. The YouTube stream feels broken and keeps buffering. Oh, I'm sorry, Hugo. That's weird.
Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal.
Probably a no.
No.
Yeah, didn't see that one coming. Okay, 3 more. Blumenthal's he's a senator from Connecticut. Allengar, do you see how many votes? Do you see how many votes? Do you see how many votes Jared Isaacman has? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. Not the Zoomer number. Damn it. I support 3 more nays now. No, we want 1 more yay, so it's not that, particularly 2 more. I'd want, I don't know, maybe 1 to 2 more. Just saying. Please. He's already capturing the young minds of Americans. Oh no. Oh no. 2/3 majority, the president can't veto. Oh dude, yeah, that's right. That's right, James. Interesting. Interesting. Not, I mean, this isn't a bill, this is a roll call vote. Or this is a vote, but yeah. He was in on it, yeah, right.
The yeas are 67. The nays are 30. The nomination is confirmed.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action for the Isaacson nomination and any nominations confirmed during Wednesday's session of the Senate.
Without objection.
And, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Weaver nomination.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Douglas Weaver of Maryland to be a member of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debated the nomination of Douglas Weaver of Maryland to be a member of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission for the remainder of the term expiring June 30, 2026 shall be brought to a close. The ayes and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. No.
Yeah, Weaver was, yeah, this is a double vote, but that's the vote for Doug Weaver for the NRC. Holy crap, dude. Yeah, she is the guy that's presiding over the Senate right now, the guy at the top shelf. He's yeah, he's buddies with Jared Isaacman. But that's it, dudes.
Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal.
That's it. There it is. That's what we needed. Holy crap, dude. Like I said, I had a feeling that he was going to make it, but now that that's like official, dude, that is such That is such a big deal, dudes. That's like unprecedented crazy. Like, holy crap, it's actually happening. Dude, some good space news for a change. He got it, X-Wing. He got it, dude. 60. I know the number. Yeah, I get it. 67-30 Senate majority. That's bananas. That's more than 2/3 Senate majority. That's awesome. That's really good. That is a really good thing. Holy crap, this feels great. Jim Bridenstine, yeah, for instance, Jim Bridenstine was 51-50. Good number. Good album. Jim Bridenstine was 51-50, and look at how good he did. 67 senators. That's insane. That's ridiculous majority. You never see that, dude. That's a big deal. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. Man. That's correct, Bio. He was at the time, yes. So he's only going to be administrator for 3 years. So Hammer, the NASA administrator serves at the behest of the executive. He serves for 3 years minimum. Minimum 3 years. Now, 3 years is the one kind of thing is that 3 years is not a lot of time to get stuff done in spaceflight terms. We'll see. But it's never happened. Well, asterisk to this statement. It's never happened that a NASA administrator serves under 2 different administrations or 2 different presidents. The one time where that's happened was James Webb. James Webb started as NASA administrator in 1961, and he went all the way to 1968, serving under 2 presidents. He served under President Kennedy and then under President Johnson. I would call President Johnson not a different administration, but that's the only time it's ever happened. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. There's certainly, it could happen. Dan Golden, did Golden serve under 2? Yeah, he may have. Golden may have been the other one. Yeah. Chat says that Jared will shred SLS down to its last atom. 92 to November 2001. Yeah, so Golden did 2 administrations too. So it has happened. You can do it. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Thank you, Darker. I appreciate it. So like, okay, I know this is a nightmare scenario for people. Just bear with me. This is just a conditional hypothetical. This is not an endorsement nor anything else. Just bear with me here. So you have the incumbent president, which is Trump, right? He's the incumbent. If J.D. Vance wins the presidential election, in 2028, Rook could probably keep serving. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe somebody else wins, like Newsom or whomever. Like, I'm not trying to start that argument. It's just, if like J.D. Vance got elected president, yeah, he could keep going. Heck, if anybody got elected president, I mean, it'd be likely with J.D. Vance because it's the same administration, so to speak. He could. It's possible, dudes. He could be at NASA for like another 15 years. It's possible. Well, not 15. It would be, it depends on whoever the next president is and how long they stay president. It's definitely a thing. 3 years is the minimum. That's all I'm saying. But once again, that's just hypothetical. It's just a hypothetical. I'm not trying to say that I want that to happen or that's going to happen. Just, it's possible. Yeah, Laz, that's true. It could be anybody. I mean, I'd say the reason why I said J.D. Vance, for instance, would be that would be a likely scenario. Not that it couldn't happen if, I don't know, like, pick your Democratic politician, right? Sorry, my fly was unzipped. It's flying low, got to fix it. Pick your Democratic politician, you know, they could be anybody. If they like J.D. Vance, like, dude, he's a great Senate majority, man. There's clearly a lot of people that on the other side of the aisle that like him. So, like I said, totally possible. It has happened 2 times. I forgot about Dan Golden. So Dan Golden and James Webb, it's definitely been a thing. Jared is in D.C. right now. He's heading to NASA HQ. They're waiting for him. So when does he officially start? Now. PSA, don't shotgun an energy drink. I'm hoping to rest up. It just emptied your stomach. Drink water. Outdoorsman, drink water. Dilute it as much as you can, dude. You're going to be shaken for like the next couple hours. Rook being very apolitical helps him a lot, staying neutral and more science-focused. Absolutely, lads. Absolutely. Barron's message. He was confirmed, Nader. He got it 67-30 in the Senate. Think about that. Dude, I know, meme number and stuff. Think about that. 67. He got almost 70 votes in the Senate. You got to be kidding me. It's an absolute... That is... Dude, he has over 2/3 majority in the Senate. Anybody that thinking he's not going to be able to make big moves is sorely mistaken. That is a landslide. That is, dude, that is a catastrophe. That's like Mariana's turkey shoot ridiculous.
Discovery,
like,
go at throttle up.
Just, oh, what a good day, man. Oh. Well, it wasn't a pay raise. Yeah, there you go, Tessa. That's the other thing. That's the other reason why I like Rook. He ain't doing this for them. He's doing this because he doesn't have money. The guy has his own fleet of frickin' MiGs. Sean Duffy says, congratulations to Jared Isaacman on his confirmation as administrator. So as a European, what are the probable scenarios of international cooperation like the ISS or Mars sample return under Isaacman? It's in the realm of possibility, RIW, for sure. He could, Ator, yeah, it's possible. It's possible, dudes. Oh, what a good day, man. What a good day. I'm so happy. Ah!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's good stuff, dude. Good stuff. It feels like, well, time to unfollow Sean Dovey. He almost 5-capped. He almost capped all object. Oh, Battlefield 6 terminology. Nice. Damn, boy. You know. Ah! Should have been 69. Well, no, Skeleton, somebody in chat also said that he's already capturing the hearts and minds of young Americans. That's, you know, I forget who said that. It was just a second ago, but that was well put. You're not wrong. It's a sign. That ain't graffiti, that's a sign. Yeah, Hellingar, okay, there you go. You ever find Maven? No word back yet, 58. You know what? I know a guy who can talk to the VP. Time to see if he will keep him here to win if he wins in 2028. I need to know. I don't see why he wouldn't, Trey. It's not China anymore, Fluffy. It's West Taiwan. We will refer to them as that from now on. Oh, dude, what a day. Man. It's so good, dude. This is gonna be crazy. Yeah, Muppet. That's what we call them. We call them that now. Do you see the laser painted on you yet? You won't stand still. I'll admit I don't understand the excitement. Perhaps I'm operating off of outdated info, but didn't his own document suggest Eisenhower wants to privatize NASA's science as much as possible? So, Hunster, that was a tentative document. It was a tentative document from last February. It was just kind of ideas. I really don't think that he will. I really don't think that that's going to happen. We might see a staff reorganization at NASA. Yes, that probably will happen. But I don't think he's going to, I don't. So, like, okay, here's the thing. NASA science already works with universities through grants. Like, Caltech operates JPL. So that's kind of already a thing. So I'm not sure if he was like double speak or something, but yeah, that's already a thing, dude. So perhaps he wants to leverage that and really do more there. I think where everybody's getting a little worried, and this once again, like, okay, the right way to, I have a celebratory meal here for you, chicken bacon parm. Oh, okay, cool. Yep. So Hunster, I mean, I certainly hope not, because true privatization to companies, not universities, would be the absolute worst thing. No, he wants to work with universities. He wants to leverage the universities to do the science. And somewhere that got caught up as him privatizing NASA's science. That's not what that is. He wants to leverage universities to encourage scientific research and have that drive your science mission directorate, and rather than using what's called a decadal survey. At least I think this is my understanding, Hunter. I could be wrong. All right, keep in mind. Baron, you have a friend working on Maven. It's not looking good. She's losing altitude. Last orbit was 60 by 4,500. She's going to burn up. Ugh. Yeah. I agree, Nader. I agree. This is really good. It was all the doomers afraid. Now, Hunster, so what that document actually said, and the document did say to, once again, guys, I told you guys that the presidential budget proposed for NASA guts science. That's true. But it's not the reason that you might think. All right? Keep in mind, not the reason that you might think is very much my personal interpretation of this. So, Hunster, take this for what you will. All right? I don't know. I know a good bit about how the space program works, and I'm not playing partisan games either. I don't believe in doing that with NASA. I think that's a really stupid thing to do, especially if you're a STEM educator, right? So with all that being said, NASA has a problem. The problem is that the mean age at NASA is like 58. It's too top heavy to do anything. It's too top heavy. What you've heard about Rook is probably talking about that. Hunster, you've heard me say many times that I would walk right into NASA's door if I was administrator. If I was driving to NASA's headquarters right now and they're like, EJ's the administrator, I'd go in there and be like, you're fired, you're fired, you're fired, you're fired, get the frick out of here. It'd be like, boop, 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 right? That's essentially what he's doing. That's essentially the idea. There's tons of huge scientific programs at NASA, but you have older folks that work on them that don't do anything. NASA itself has admitted that the mean age being 50, or the median age? No, mean. The mean age being like in the 50s is ridiculous. You go back to the Apollo program, right? You got 23, 24, 25-year-olds working on. The astronauts are all young. Everybody's young, right? Because NASA was the place. You wanted to work on cutting edge stuff. You wanted to work on crazy cool stuff. NASA was the place to go, right? Where do you see kids working now? SpaceX, Blue, Stoke, Relativity. We got to fix that. He's going to have to balance trimming the waste while avoiding institutional knowledge loss. Exactly. I think that's a good idea, but also got to be very careful. if he does what they did when Constellation was canceled and gets rid of the institutional knowledge, we got a big problem. I don't necessarily agree with that. The people I would fire, I would get rid of NASA's top-heavy structure. NASA has too many associate deputy administrator, deputy associate administrator, associate deputy to the accessory dopey, sick, tricky dope administrator. I don't care. No, the hell with that. NASA administrator, second in charge, leaders of all the NASA facilities. That's it. That should be the structure. And he does talk about getting rid of the top-heavy structure, which I agree with. You can't make progress like that if you have 1,000 people in management and 500 people doing the work. That's correct, Geek. Yeah, I know he believes that because, but honestly, I see eye to eye with him completely. Kids don't want to work at NASA. They don't want to work on the rocket that's that's from the 1970s, using 1976. Nobody wants to do that. We got to fix that. And he wants to fix that. That's a good idea. I would do the same thing. I'm dead serious. Like, yeah, Nader, right? I hope he does more of it. The Rocketry Club is in need of money. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Hunster, you ain't wrong, dude. There's definitely a fine line here. Got to be careful. You can't fire too many people. You fire too many people, if you fire too many people, you can kiss the moon goodbye in this decade. I'm not even talking about like competing with West Taiwan. You can kiss the moon goodbye. We got to be careful. It's a fine line to bounce. But I think here's the thing, dude. We know Rook. We've seen him. I've never met the guy, but the guy does interviews with like NSF, right? He does interviews on podcasts. I've heard a lot of what he has to say. I've watched him fly into space. I have to trust that he knows better. I think he does. I really do. Who knows? We could have the first NASA administrator do a NASA town hall from space. Jared Isaacman got confirmed on the anniversary of the Wright brothers' first flight. History has a very sick sense of humor, man. History has a very sick sense of humor. What the hell? It's a sign, yeah. Holy crap, man. Can you believe that? What the frick? That isn't graffiti, that's a sign. You know, it's like, if that ain't a sign from the universe saying something, I don't know what is, dude. That's weird. Can you believe that? Out of all the days? Baron, you're going to try to be apolitical at best, and there's a paragraph behind it. Okay, all right. I'll bite. What do you got? It might seem harsh, but I hold the utmost respect for talented individuals within NASA who are among the finest I've worked with. However, there's a pattern. A significant portion of NASA's workforce, like 50% of the employees, are in their 40s, and a big percentage is 50s and 60s. Most of them worked in the private sector and kind of treat NASA like a retirement home, kind of like a less demanding phase of their career, flexible hours and relaxed schedule. Yeah, Baron, respectfully, they can get out. Eddie, you don't like it, you can get the frick out, and then you'll be a no-home, dog-walking mother trucker. You can get the frick out. A task-oriented approach with minimal urgency. Guys always hear when NASA's doing a joint conference with a commercial partner, they always say we need to keep up with the commercial industry. Yes, that is in fact, a big thing. If you're on a joint program with multiple NASA centers, good luck getting your stuff done. It's agonizing at times, especially when you're working with two rival centers from different political spectrums. Yuck. I just shared a post about the Wright brothers' first flight a few hours ago. It's a sign, baby. Good things are coming. I'm a rider. I'm a winner. Things are going to change. I can feel it. Jack interviewed him one time, Nader. I'm pretty sure we have his contact information. Not that I would utilize that resource unless it was absolutely prudent. You know? Just because you have someone's contact info doesn't mean you go get up in their face, you know what I mean? I don't roll like that. Not that saying that that's what you know what I mean. Okay. Holy crap, dude. Oh man, what a good day. Finally, some good space news, man. It's been so long. It's been so freaking long, dudes. Sorry, little heart to heart. It's been so goddamn long since we got some good space news. At least on the NASA front. It's just, you know, don't get me wrong. The private sector stuff is amazing. Blue Origin with the new Glenn 7.2 launch. And, you know, SpaceX with the Starship flights. And, you know, the commercial front, I ain't worried about. It's NASA that's been, it's really demoralizing to see NASA just run down this course over the last 15 years. And that's how long I've been, you know, basically been neck deep immersed in space flight. It really is tough. It's tough, dude. But, you know, hopefully, you know, Jeb willing, we're in for some good times here. You know? Yeah, I know, Nader. I know what you mean. That was just kind of for everybody else, but yeah. Jim Bridenstine gave you false expectations of what NASA could be. I don't think they were false, dude. I think that's what Rook will do. He'll do stuff like Jim. Yeah. Hey, Roadrunners. Sorry to change the subject, sir. My wife bought me a multi-fuel injection kit for your Roadrunner. Springtime, mine starts being worked on again. Yeah! All right. Yo. Your wife bought you a multi-port fuel injection? Or just multi-fuel, dude. Somebody's blasting music. Hold on. Huh. Anyway, doesn't matter. Do you think young people are going to want to work at NASA considering you have cutting-edge programs at companies like SpaceX? Yes. Hey, Chief. Let's go nuclear. What's next? Bro. Oh, my goodness. I'm just... Dude, I'm perplexed. The square body I sent you just figured out she's two-wheel drive. You didn't know that? I thought I told you that. That's all good. Doesn't matter. For Montana in the winters, if you're going to drive it, I mean, yeah, go ahead, dude. Edelbroke started making multi-port injection for RB440s. That's sick. That thing, Roadrunners, that thing's going to scream, dude. If we put a chip in that thing, she's going to go, dude. Well, XV, yeah, everybody says that thing from Project Athena, take NASA out of the taxpayer-funded climate science business and leave it for academia to determine. NASA already does that with grants, dude. They already work with institutions. I believe in my mind, and I could be coping, it's possible, I believe in my mind that means leveraging academic institutions to help bolster your science mission directorate. I don't think that necessarily means... You know, I don't think that necessarily means getting rid of science in general. I know it's like crazy. It's like, dude, that's what it says. Like, just bear with me. I think that what he's getting at in the context of that statement is get rid of the big, ridiculous flagship missions, right? The big, ridiculous flagship missions that take too long. So what that means is not doing stuff like James Webb. Just, should we launch more James Webbs? Yes, we should, but it means not doing stuff like that. No big flagship missions. Do a bunch of small missions. So if one fails, no big deal. Send another one. So that you can do scientific research that way. We did that. That's how we did it during the Apollo program, the Surveyor program, the Ranger program, the Mariner program. It's not like sending one big gigantic probe that takes 20 years to make and multi-billions of dollars. You send a bunch of little $1 million probes and go from there. That's really what that means, I think. I think that's what he's getting at, but I could be wrong. I don't know, dude. Hypergolic coronet wet. I'm not doing that. One is to kill climate science. It's possible. And Hunster, I don't know how I feel about that. But see, here's the thing. People always say, like, oh, NASA's climate science. The climate science is stupid. The climate science is, you know, we got to get rid of the climate science. And that's something that I don't know. I've said that in the past. But then I went and actually read about it. Like, people understand, and I think this is an important thing to mention. People understand that NASA, the weather satellites, that like the GOES satellites and Landsat, those are used for like weather, to tell the weather. And they all, like the climate science that happens from like Landsat and the GOES satellites, those weren't there with the explicit intention of like monitoring the climate for climate change. They're weather satellites. The weatherman uses those. Like, and this is why I think like, oh, you know, like, oh, they're going to get rid of climate. No, they're not. You're not getting rid of the GOES program. You're not getting rid of Landsat, the Landsat program. That's stupid. Because then you won't be able to predict the weather as good. So I think that's just politics flapping their mouths, dude, you know? Earth science is literally part of NASA's mandate. Absolutely, dudes. I'm agreeing with you. I don't think that, I think that some of the statements in Project Athena may have been a bit premature. I don't think that's going to happen. You know why that's not going to happen? Because it hasn't happened. Because every politician or administrator that's gone in there saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna gut the climate program. Oh, we won't be able to predict the weather? Oh yeah, no, you just keep doing your thing, we're good. It happened with Jim. It happened during President Trump's first term, dude. Just saying. You know? Everyone that's tried to do it has failed. They've failed miserably because those are the weather satellites. Fine, you don't want your weather report in the morning? You don't want to tell when a big storm is coming or a hurricane is coming? All right, whatever. You notice how everyone has slow rolled that back that's tried to get rid of it? It's not happening, dude. Yeah, but Aglex, do you think Rook is one of those dudes? I don't think so, man. And once again, fellas, keep in mind that Project Athena is a tentative project. And you know what? I like Rook. I think Rook would be a great NASA administrator. If Jared Isaacman came out over the next week and said, I'm getting rid of the Landsat program, I'd be like, you're an idiot. Believe me. Just because I like the guy, you know. Sean Duffy was doing a decent job at interim administrator until he said what he said, and now I'm like, yeah, you probably shouldn't be that. You probably should just keep the seat warm for somebody else, pal. You know, like, don't get me wrong. Fellas, if I see anything weird, Oh, I'm going to tell you, because I care more about space. Space is my, I mean, I don't need to say that. Like, space is my life, dude. Like, you know, I thought Sean Duffy was doing okay until he said what he said about rolling NASA into the Department of Transportation. Then I was like, no, this guy's a moron. Yeah, no. Don't get me wrong. If he does anything weird, I'll tell you. But I think that he's running that fine line, dude. I think he's phrasing. If you really want my honest to God opinion, you know, hand on the Kerbal help manual here. I think that he is saying stuff that sounds good, but I think he knows better. A lot of the science should fall under more appropriate agencies like NOAA. Yeah, it's possible. But that would be fundamentally changing what NASA does. Do you think you'll ever go to space? I hope so, Muppet. If they just transferred GOES and Landsat to NOAA, I wouldn't have an issue with that. I mean, we'd have to make sure that the transfer of those programs goes very smoothly because, you know, not knowing when a hurricane is coming is kind of unpreferable. Just saying. Probably don't want that. You see, Uncle Lex, that's very strange because I'm kind of the opposite, dude. I think people blow hard a lot and then cooler heads prevail. It's very interesting that we came to different conclusions. But, yeah. I mean, if they transferred it to NOAA, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Good. But that means, guys, you gotta understand, there's a flip side to this. There's always a flip side. And I'm trying to explain everything, you know, two sides to this. Okay, you take Landsat, you take GOES, you take those programs and you move them to NOAA. That's less money for NASA. We understand this, right? We're on the same page here. Just because you move those programs to NOAA doesn't mean that money gets to stay with NASA and NOAA's budget gets increased. That's defunding NASA. We understand this, right? We're on the same page here? That's what that means. I'm just saying. There's been a lot of cooler heads not prevailing recently. See, Aqualex, yeah, I don't know. I think I don't want to get too far into the weeds into this conversation, dude. I think, and keep in mind, I'm not trying to downplay any experiences that you've had. Your experiences ain't mine. You know what I mean? I think that people get a little too wrapped up in these. I'm not saying you have, but you've seen what social media does to people, dude. You know, I think that, you know, if you're on the internet terminally like us, you're going to get shown an algorithm that's going to make things worse than they really are. And once again, I'm not trying to downplay it. I don't know. I just keep that in mind. I mean, that's why I think, you know, cooler heads usually prevail. I mean, look at what Rook did. Look at what just happened. We just got majority in the Senate. That's great, man. Good stuff can still happen, dude. I guess I just err on the side of optimism. That's just how I am, you know? Yeah, exactly, Nader. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Under normal circumstances, I agree that transferring the NOAA would be good, keeping similar missions and architectures in place. However, we're not in normal circumstances, given how drastically NOAA and other agencies' budgets have been slashed. Could they even take over these programs? Hunster, I'll be real with you. If they wanted to move, here's what I'm good with. If you wanted to move NOAA, if you wanted to move the GOES program and the weather satellites and NASA, the entirety of Earth's observation, NASA's Earth observation stuff to NOAA, that'd be fine. But that is defunding NASA inadvertently. It would be hard to get that money back. Now, you know, the ideal scenario is you transfer all those over there, boost NOAA's budget, and then NASA keeps their budget and they spend it on other things. But that's not how budget appropriations work for NASA. You transfer those programs, you're defunding NASA. It's just, once again, trade-offs, dude, right? You know, would I like a dedicated climate science government agency? Absolutely. But if that means defunding NASA, I'm like, I don't know, man. What money are they going to operate with it? Like I said, I'd be good if they transferred the budget with it too. But that does mean defunding NASA. That is inadvertently getting rid of money for NASA. It's lowering NASA's bottom line. I don't know. Pros and cons, dude, for sure. That's right, James. Yeah, exactly. That's not fine, to be honest. Have you read what NASA's mandate actually is? Okay, all right. First of all, bro. Second of all, you are making this conversation extremely difficult to be not a dick, okay? Yes, I have, okay? I am trying to give you pros and cons, and you're all give and no take, okay? And if it's all give and no take, I don't want to have this conversation, bro. Sorry. I don't want to have this. I'm not doing this, dude. I'm not playing these games. I got a car to fix. I love you, man. Like, seriously, you're here almost every day. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, but please don't do that to me. Come on. We're just talking hypotheticals, okay? Don't do that to me, please. I gotta draw this dang old template out here. Of course it's gonna fall. Why wouldn't it? Okay. You know what? Just get this stupid freaking piece of paper and freaking son of a... It's gonna fall. It's gonna fall. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Do not spill blood in the house of Coronet. All the companies are saying congratulations, even Lockheed. Nice, dude. Like I said, I don't want NASA's climate science budget to go anywhere. If I had my way, if I was the leader of everything, the absolute leader, NASA would have their budget doubled. Every department would have their budget doubled. You know what I mean? But with a good program to back it up, dudes. Like, yeah, that's where it's at. All right, let me see. Got some DMs here. Roadrunners, you're looking for an EFI gas tank. Dude, so I want to convert this to fuel injection because I'm putting a fuel injected engine in it eventually, dude. You find something with the gas tank, please tell me. The other thing that you could do, I've done some research into this, Roadrunners. You could put a Holley inline, a pump that's designed to pull, and just put it in line under the rockers, and that'll work too. So you don't need the pump inside of the fuel tank. With that being said, it would be nice. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility here to take this bad boy. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to take this bad boy and convert the bad mamma jamma to a fuel pump. This is what's called a sending unit. It goes inside of the gas tank. Fuel goes out of this, and it gets pulled by the engine to the tank. This thing, fellas, for the nerds, this is a potentiometer. Actually, this thing goes this way. This is a potentiometer that will tell you this way. I was gonna say it's upside down. There's a potentiometer in here, and there's a float. And if the float is higher, the potentiometer will give you a resistance, and that's what controls your fuel gauge. This little freaking thing. It's very simple. Very simple stuff. With that being said, dudes, we could put a fuel pump on this. You could put an in-tank fuel pump. We just have to find the right application. I'm not sure about mounting it sideways, though. I mean, this is designed to pick up fuel at the very bottom of the tank, right? This is basically sitting on the bottom of the fuel tank, right? I understand that, Oculus. I get it. I mean, brother, I get you. We're on the same page, dude. Don't make this difficult. I'm just trying to be middle of the road as I can, dude. You know good and well I'm a huge spaceflight admin. I don't give a frick what it is, you know. Sent you the old one from your car. Oh. Stealth fueled. Oh, sick. I don't have the money for that, but that's super cool. Thanks, man. How do you get fuel with negative G-force? It's an old car. How do you get fuel with negative G-force? You don't. There's no baffling in that tank. They make EFI tanks for old cars. Sick. Cool. That's a shame because I got a brand new fuel tank over there. Well, it's not brand new. That's a zinc-coated tank and a brand new sending unit because in 2017 I wanted to drive the car and I bought that tank because I wanted to drive the car. The fuel tank in this thing originally was about as bad as the rest of the back of the car. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Just had to rewire the pots on your guitar. No more grounding issues. Nice, Jeff. There you go. Cool. Yeah, see, it's a little potentiometer. It's like a float bowl in a toilet. Same idea. You know, the higher this thing is, the more resistance it's going to make, which makes the fuel gauge go to the F. One wire, very simple. I mean, yeah, we could convert this. We could do an inline. Roadrunners, considering that this tank is relatively new, the inline, the in tank would be cool, but I'll either try to make my own sending unit or, yeah, I'll try to make my own sending unit or just put an inline pump. Isn't there that gas tank mat? What's it called? A Holly mat? The boss thought he had issues with his road trip. I have a gas tank insulator mat. It's sitting on the car, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. I have a fuel tank insulator. This is a pad that goes on top of the fuel tank between the trunk pan and the fuel tank to kind of quiet out the noise, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. You want to make a mess quickly, bleach the gas tank. Oh. The Doug Weaver motion passed as well, guys. I still have C-SPAN up. He got 69 votes. Isaacman's vote passed with 67 votes, and Weaver's, who's for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, he passed with 69 votes. Oh. 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 Not an insulator, it's like a fancy fuel sock. Seals itself when there's no gas. Suck fuel up when it's touching fuel. Oh. No, that thing doesn't have anything like that. That's basically a straw for a mechanical fuel pump, dude. It doesn't have nothing like that. It's very simple. I like how you compared the float to a toilet float. That's all a toilet does. Toilet has a float bowl in it. The toilet has a float bowl in it, and when it gets too high, it shuts the pump off. And then the flusher, when you hit the flusher, it just opens the valve. It just opens a hole in the bottom of the tank to let the water go into the bowl. And then the float goes all the way up. And when the float bowl in the tank on the toilet goes all the way up, it shuts the pump. Same idea. That's basically what a needle and seat does in a carburetor, Charles. A toilet and a carburetor are not that far off from each other. One just spews out water and the other spews out gasoline. Yeah, toilets are remarkably simple. You'd be surprised. They're really not, it's not hard. Neither is this. It doesn't have to be difficult, you know? It don't have to be difficult. All right, shall we finish this damn template? Okay, second of all, if you made it this far in the car VOD, I appreciate you. Just for the VOD viewers, thank you. This has been a weird mix of car content and Senate, U.S. Senate content. Let's finish making this template, shall we? What did he do with the fender? Nothing, it's over there. It's just not attached to the car. It's right over there. What's left of it? Charles, I took the fender off, dude. I took the fender off because you want to know what I found behind the fender? That. Yeah. Yeah, this is, yeah. No, don't do that. Fiberglass, Bondo, and some metal. Yeah. Guy did the work on this and he didn't understand the difference between Coronet and Corvette. Idiots. Oh yeah, Charles, there's a beer can in there. Yeah, somebody cut up an aluminum Coors Light, Coors Extra Gold, actually, beer can and used it as a backer for their fiberglass. It didn't work very well. Corvette. Coors Gold. Yeah, it was Extra Gold, right? Not surprised. Fix mine a few already. The difficulty part is the hydrodynamics of how to make them flush better with less water. I know you remember the 2000s era low flow crappy crappers. They've gotten a lot better since. Yeah, man. For sure. For sure. Car had class, dude. Yeah, no. This is a Coronet 500. This is a Coronet 500. You think we'd get light beer? You think the person that drives around a Coronet 500 drinks light beer? We don't drink light beer. We don't do that here. We're classy. It's a 500, man. It's a 500. It's got the 500 trim. Look at this. Look at this trim. We're classy. We've got extra gold, baby. If you decide to add an inline pump, I recommend regulator and a return line. Modern pumps can make way too much pressure. Yep. Deserves Schaefer. Nice. It's an odd Venn diagram of viewers. Yep, yep. Yeah, Nader. Yeah, I know. I saw when you said it before. Yeah, yeah. I got you, man. Industrial weight lager for export only. Yeah, baby. Dude, we don't mess around. You think you use light beer? You think the people that drove this car around drank light beer? Hell no. Nah, son. No, son. All right. I'm trying to make this template for like 2 hours now. We should probably do it. Sorry, misclip. Misclick? Yeah, don't worry about it. All good, my dude. I have all the hardware to put the damn gas tank back in. And I kind of want to, just to get the gas tank off of my garbage can over there, but why put it in? Put it in just to take it out later? The fuel line's done anyway. The fuel line going to the front of the car has a hole in it. Don't know how long that was like that. But yeah, there's definitely a leak in the fuel line over here. It's right around the rust. That's so weird. All right, let's get this damn template figured out. But anyway, Roadrunners, that's sick, dude. So I'm trying to make a template to work on my wheelhouses here. here's what I'm thinking. I'm trying to get this all centered and right and, you know, make sure that everything is perfectly aligned. How about we do this? How about we just put the paper there? We just put the paper there. We just, you know, tape it as best as we frickin' can. And how about I just trace the profile line onto the back of this? Yeah. It's probably a good idea. I'm gonna get the paint pen out. I have an idea for after hours, a right flyer. So you can keep it in the air longest. Nice. I don't know, man. My schedule's all screwed up because I didn't know when the Senate vote was coming. Tape don't stick to asbestos. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's why I'm gonna do this way. Just gotta make it go all the way up there and make sure it doesn't clip in anything. There. Score. Nice. That's what I'm looking for. Right there. You look like a pinky out wine sipper. Oh, thank you. I think. Flight only turns 122 once, yeah, right. Okay. So I have that there. I'm afraid I didn't get enough of the top. Nah, that's not really gonna work. It's just the shape. The shape is gonna make this a little tough. No, I'm not sure I want to do that. You know, that's not exactly a good profile curve. Okay. Might have to rethink how I want to do that. I'm thinking about how I want to do this, dudes. The other thing that I could do is we could go like 2 inches in right here. I could just take the tape measure, draw a line that's 2 inches, cut it, right, and then transfer that, because the curvature up here of the wheel well is screwing my template up. Because if I just had the strip that I need, then that would be really useful. Yeah, I might do that, but that's a little bit involved. I don't know. Maybe we'll just start Space News. Note to viewers, keep the audio on and watch carefully. I just thought EJ was about to attach the leaf spring with blue masking tape. No, let's not do that. Let's get that out of shot. What time is it? 4:17. Yeah. I don't think I've thought about that idea good enough. Let me check the other side. I got to look at the other side again. But yeah, once we got to replace these wheel wells, but once we do that, yeah, should be pretty good. Man, the other side here is pretty dang mint. It's pretty mint all the way basically to, I don't know, middle of the diagonal. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. I really do need to cut the other side of this out. I don't know, maybe we should do that. We should cut it out. Cut out the other side. Yeah, see the diagonal there where the 2 holes are? The other one is fine, all the here. So maybe if I just made this piece. But then again, I tried to save as much of that as I could. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Part of me is just like, so the other part, a better way to do this, dudes, would probably be to just, you know, cut out the pieces that you don't want, fill it in with a plate, just cut out a piece, like a longer piece that goes to here, and then cut the accent line in, you know? It would be easier to shape it that way. Just a thought. Yeah, that would be way, you know what? That's a way better idea. You know, if we cut it here and then just mark that profile line. I don't even need to be marked. It doesn't really matter. The other thing I need to do is get the hammer. If that's the case, I'm gonna get the hammer and I bent some of this metal when I took the original trunk pan out. If we can flatten that up against the trunk pan, dude, we just need to repair right there and right there. And then we're good. So what I'll do is I'll take a big strip, just take a strip of metal that goes like down to here, right? Zap that in. Zap it in, get the curvature as best as you can, zap the damn thing in, and then cut the cool line that's supposed to be there. Cut this profile line where the stamping would end. I think that's what we should do. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. The other thing that I'm thinking, dudes, here, let me bounce this idea off of you guys. The other thing I'm thinking is that before we buy the quarter panels, I should probably get the rocker. If I can fix the rocker, we replace the wheelhouse, which we already have, and the trunk extension, hanging the quarter is not going to be hard at all. That's going to be easy. I'm thinking replace everything, or at least, yeah. repair everything and then do the quarters last, because that's the outside of the car, right? Like, you want to get everything else fixed. Sorry, like, sometimes, this is what I mean. Like, sometimes it's good to sit here and just think about it for a second. The good thing is that we did make our wheelhouse patch template, so the inner wheelhouse, we can fix the front there, but we're going to need the rocker panels to do that. Yeah. Dude, that Jared Isaacman thing is like taking up all of my processing space right now up here. We should probably stop. We should probably stop. I think I'll take a break and I'll come back for Space News so we can talk about it more. I'm super pumped about this. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, so happy. Nice. It's gonna be good, man. It's gonna be good. Well, hopefully. Can you put magic marker along the edge and press that paper against it and trace it like that? Yeah. Yeah, Charles, I'm not thinking about this real right because because of the Rook stuff. It's so damn cool, man. Okay, fellas, I'm gonna take 5. That's a good idea. Yeah, I wanted to get more work done on the car, but that's fine. The Isaacman confirmation is super worth it, but that's not to mean that we won't give ourselves some motivation here. Hold on. I'm gonna put it back together because I said we would play Kerbal tomorrow, so I want to put it back together so when I walk in and look at the stupid thing, we can see how sick it is. Okay. I didn't really intend for these to be captive for the bolts that I put in to guide this, but that kind of is how it came out. Yeah, baby. Pack it up and Space News it. That's what I'm gonna do, dog. I drilled these holes with not a lot of tolerance, but I did that on purpose so we could use this to locate this bad boy. Where the hell is my electric ratchet? I haven't seen that thing. Oh, there it is. It's right in front of me. Hell yeah. This will make this a lot easier. Come on. Okay. give me my brass hammer. We got to hammer that sucker through. Fine, if it doesn't want to do that way, I got another way. You know what? It's fine. That shouldn't be like that. Whatever. It's fine. Hold on. You know what? I'll just leave that there like that for now. There we go. Welcome to the EJ Coronet Beat Mix. Jingle, yeah, somebody got it. Thank you. But see, yeah, that's pretty plumb straight in there. Using the bolt holes really came out. Really made that come out nice. All right. I think that's where we'll stop. Yeah, that's fine. The latter half of this, I really didn't get much done, but that's because, yeah, I want to talk about Jared Isaacman, which is coming right at you at Space News, so stand by for loss of signal from the garage, as expected.
It seems like the fit is really tight.
Dude, are you for wheel with that tip? Hey, it doesn't look that bad from here, man. Thanks, Kelly. I appreciate it, dude. I don't know why the alerter plays twice. I have no idea. I disabled all the alerts out there, but it does it twice. It might be that you guys are hearing it through the microphone. Ah, that's what's going on. I'm really tired of your puns. Dude, me too. All right. So, fellas, this is going to do it for the automotive streams. For the automotive stream for today. I will be back here for Space News. William, Habemus NASA Administrator. Yes. All right. So, on YouTube, stand by for loss of signal. Give me about a half hour. Space News is going to start up at 5 sharp. Yeah, A lot of ground to cover, a lot of stuff to talk about. Should be good. Thoughts on Nicole Stein and Max Space? Not familiar, but I'll be back. We can talk about it during Space News. Stand by for loss of signal on the YouTube side.